Welcome to this story of passion, desire, and irresistible chemistry. Turn up the volume, sink into the moment, and let the emotions take over. Want to win a free bundle of 3 audiobooks? Comment Dark Mafia Romance below for a chance to win. No limit on entries. Comment as many times as you like. I will select 5 random comments. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for new books every weekend.
Ruin Me Again, Dark Mafia Romance. Anya, Sugar. Published by Anya SG, 2025.
Alina. Nikolai Reznikov was the kind of man who built empires out of silence. Cold. Precise. Untouchable. Until I touched him. I should have known better. He's the reason the city still fears the dark, the reason loyalty feels like a sentence. But every time I try to walk away, his voice drags me back. Low, calm, promising everything I swore I'd never want. They say sin burns fast. Nikolai makes it burn slow.
Nikolai. Alina Volkov was supposed to disappear with the rest of my past. She didn't. She came back with the same fire in her eyes and the same danger in her pulse. I should have turned her away. Instead, I let her in, again. Now, she's standing in the middle of my empire. And I can't decide whether to protect her or ruin her for good. Some addictions don't fade. They evolve.
Prologue. The city never really sleeps. It just shifts moods, changes from noise to silence, from chaos to something that almost feels like reverence. At this hour, the streets look washed out and hollow, all the people gone except the ones who can't afford to be. The desperate, the loyal, the lost. I belong somewhere in that blur. The air smells like rain and cigarettes, the kind of night that stains your clothes. My heels click against the pavement, an empty rhythm that sounds too loud in a place that's supposed to be forgotten. The wind drags across the old buildings and whispers through the alleys, and every sound feels deliberate, like the city is listening. He always said it was. I told myself I wouldn't come back here. That I could stay clean of this world, if I just kept walking the other way. But that's the thing about promises, you don't break them all at once. You chip at them slowly, until one night you find yourself in the wrong part of town, staring up at the same cracked door you swore you'd never open again. There's a light on upstairs. It leaks through the blinds, sharp and narrow. I know that glow. It doesn't belong to comfort or sleep, it's the kind of light that keeps men awake. The kind that smells like gun oil and expensive whiskey. The kind that belongs to him. The rain starts before I reach the steps. Thin at first, then harder, until it turns the air cold and metallic. I should leave. I should let the night swallow me whole, and keep my secrets where they belong. Instead, I lift my hand and knock. 3 times. Slow. The sound is small, but it moves through the house like it knows its way. A second later, the lock slides. The door opens halfway, and for a moment I don't breathe. He doesn't speak. Neither do I. He looks the same, too much so. Maybe a little older, maybe a little sharper around the eyes, but it's him. The kind of man who doesn't have to say your name to make you feel like you've already answered. Still no doorbell, I say, because silence feels too dangerous. His mouth twitches. It isn't a smile. He steps back just enough for me to enter, but not enough for me to forget that it's his choice. Always has been. The inside smells like cedar and smoke. Clean lines. Cold colors. Not a single thing out of place. Everything in this house is intentional, built to keep people in or out, depending on his mood. I walk past the table, same one, polished down to bone, and stop at the window. The glass hums from the rain. My reflection looks out of place here, too soft for a world that doesn't forgive softness. You shouldn't be here, he says. He always starts with that. It isn't a threat, and it isn't concern. It's just fact. I could say the same. His steps are slow, controlled. I don't have to turn to know how close he is. His presence moves differently than anyone else's. It fills rooms thick and quiet, like the air bends to make space for him. I'm not the one running, he says. Neither am I. He laughs once, low, like he doesn't believe it but enjoys hearing me try. He passes behind me, close enough for warmth to brush through the cold. The scent of his cologne sits heavy in the air, something dark, sharp, expensive enough to cut skin. For a moment the room feels too small. Do you know what time it is? He asks. Late. Too late. I couldn't sleep. Liar? The word isn't harsh. It's habit. He walks around me, his hand trailing along the edge of the table, fingertips grazing the wood. Every movement is slow, measured, like he's still deciding what version of himself I deserve tonight. I had to see you, I say. He stops, looks at me for the first time, really looks, and it hits the air like pressure before a storm. You had to, he repeats quiet. Or you wanted to. I don't answer. He takes a step closer. The rain keeps talking to the windows, drowning everything else. His voice stays even, but there's weight in it now, the kind that doesn't need volume to command. Wanting things has consequences. So does pretending you don't. The silence after that feels like a confession. He studies me, like I'm something fragile he hasn't decided to destroy yet. Then he exhales, turns away, and reaches for the bottle on the counter. The amber liquid catches the light. He pours 2 glasses, sets one in front of me. I don't drink right away. The glass fogs against my fingers. The scent burns before it hits my tongue. Still cheap, I say. He smirks, almost fond. Still here. The way he says it isn't accusation or triumph. Just truth. I finish the drink in one swallow and set the glass down harder than I mean to. He watches it, not me, then leans against the counter like time has slowed down enough for him to enjoy the silence again. You shouldn't have come, he says once more. I didn't plan to. Then why are you standing in my kitchen at 2 a.m? I think about lying. I think about saying something clever, something that will make him smirk again. But instead, I say the only thing that fits the moment. I didn't know where else to go. He studies me for a long time. Not with pity, he's not built for that, but with something heavier. There's thunder in the distance, and for a second the lights flicker. The room goes dim, then steady again, like even the house can't decide what side it's on. He pushes off the counter. Walks toward me. Stops just close enough that I have to tilt my head back to see him. Then you're already in the right place, he says. It isn't comfort. It's a verdict. His hand lifts, hesitant maybe, or maybe not, and for a moment I think he's going to touch me. He doesn't. His fingers hover near my jaw, tracing the air instead of skin. The restraint feels more dangerous than the touch ever could. Outside the rain grows heavier, pounding against the windows like fists. Inside it's too quiet. He drops his hand. Turns away. Pours another drink he doesn't taste. The sound of the glass on wood echoes. Upstairs is the same, he says finally. If you remembered the way. I nod, because there's nothing left to say. I take the stairs slowly, each step creaking under the weight of silence. The hall smells like dust and faint smoke. The rooms are still the same, clean, colorless, almost sterile. Like the whole place has been waiting, pretending not to. I stop at the doorway. The sheets are new, the walls still bare. There's a small dent in the nightstand where a ring once hit too hard. The sound of rain follows me inside. I sit on the edge of the bed. The city hums in the distance, sirens low and tired. For a long time, I just listen. To the water. To the walls. To the quiet downstairs. He doesn't come up. He never does, not until he decides the night has earned it. And that's the thing about him. He doesn't chase, and he doesn't need to. He waits. Because sooner or later, everything that runs ends up back where it started. And every time, the city pretends to sleep while it watches the same story burn again. Chapter 1. Anastasia. The silence in my father's study was worse than shouting. I stood by the window, arms folded, eyes locked on the heavy snowfall outside. Moscow winters were unforgiving, but at least the cold made sense. It didn't lie. It didn't pretend to care. It just was. Brutal. Honest. Unlike the man behind me. Anastasia. His voice cut through the quiet, rough and sharp like a cracked blade. I didn't turn around. I said, he repeated louder now, come here. I pressed my fingers tighter around my arms, steadying the tremble that had nothing to do with the temperature. My father's tone was calm, too calm, and I'd learned long ago that calm was where his cruelty lived. Not in his fists. Not in his threats. In the cold patience of a man who believed the world owed him control. I turned slowly, my spine straight, chin high. He sat behind the monstrous oak desk like a king on a throne, Mikhail Morozov, head of a fading Mafia family, trying to claw its way back to power. His black suit was pressed to perfection, not a strand of gray hair out of place. A crystal glass of vodka sat untouched beside his cigar tray. Next to him stood Victor, his loyal shadow, tall, skeletal, and silent. And next to Victor, a man I didn't recognize. Mid-30s, sharp suit, cruel mouth. A stranger, but not irrelevant. Not with the way he looked at me. Cold. Measuring. My stomach twisted. You've been summoned for a reason, my father said, lacing his fingers together. Sit. No. His eyebrows twitched upward just a flicker, but Victor stepped forward like he expected to have to drag me. My father raised a hand to stop him. Do you know what your problem is? He asked, leaning back in his chair. You think you have options. I stared him down. I don't sit for men who lie. That earned a small smirk from the stranger. He didn't say a word, just kept watching me like I was an investment he wasn't quite sure of. You're to be married, my father said flatly. The words hit like a slap, hard and sudden. I blinked once. What? 2 weeks from today. Everything's already in motion. I shook my head. No. No, that's not, I laughed, the sound sharp and bitter. You're not serious. You'll be taken care of. You'll be out of my house. Out of my way. My pulse thudded in my ears. I could barely feel my legs. To who? The stranger took a step forward then, finally speaking. Nikolai Volkov. I went still. No. No fucking way. I had only heard that name a handful of times in my life, and each time had left a chill in its wake. Volkov. The Volkovs were Bratva royalty, the kind of family that didn't need to speak loud to be feared. The kind whose name cleared rooms. And Nikolai. Nikolai was the one they whispered about. The heir. The monster behind the charm. Ice blue eyes, brutal temper, rumors soaked in blood and truth. You're lying, I said. I don't lie, my father replied. He wants you. And I've agreed. Wants me? What the hell does that mean? I snapped. He doesn't even know me. My father looked amused now, which was somehow worse. He knew enough. I felt sick. The walls were too close. The air too thin. This wasn't an arrangement. It was a transaction. A bribe with skin. I'm not marrying him, I said. You can't force me. I can. And I will. I took a step forward, fury flooding through my chest. You treat me like I'm worthless my entire life, and now suddenly I'm valuable enough to sell? Is that it? Trade me off for protection? Money? What is it this time, Papa? He stood. And for a heartbeat, the entire room went still. Mikhail Morozov was not a man who yelled. His power lived in what he didn't say, in the way people fell silent when he entered a room. And right now all of that weight was pointed directly at me. You will marry him, he said, voice low. Because you are a Morozova. Because you belong to this family, whether you like it or not. And because I gave my word. I'm not your bargaining chip. You're not a daughter either, he said almost absently. Not really. Not to me. The words were expected. They still hit harder than they should have. I clenched my jaw. Then shoot me. That'd be cleaner. Don't tempt me, he muttered. Silence again. The man next to Victor looked vaguely amused. Victor just stared, eyes blank. Always blank. I wondered how many women he'd watched be traded away like this. My father sat back down. Nikolai will be here tomorrow night for dinner. You'll be pleasant. Presentable. Silent. I'll spit in his face. No, he said, sipping his vodka. You won't. He didn't need to say the rest. The threat hung in the air like smoke. I'd grown up with his rules, obedience or punishment. Usually both. I won't sleep with him, I said just to push. His smile didn't reach his eyes. That part's not my concern. I turned and walked out before I could do something worse, something reckless, like throw the vodka glass across the room, or stab Victor in the neck with the pen on the desk. My boots echoed on the marble floor, and I didn't stop until I was halfway down the corridor. Even then, I couldn't breathe. I pressed my back to the wall and shut my eyes, trying to stay upright. Nikolai Volkov. I didn't know what was worse, that I was being sold to a stranger, or that that stranger was the one man everyone feared. And that he'd chosen me. I kept walking, past the portraits lining the hallway like silent judges, past the sharp turn that led to the guest wing, past the locked doors that had never been opened to me. My heart was pounding too fast, too loud. My palms were slick. I didn't care that they saw me leave. Let them. I needed air. The side entrance near the winter garden was unlocked, a mistake someone would be punished for later, no doubt, but I slipped through it and into the open without hesitation. The snow slapped at my face like a dare. My coat was thin. I didn't care. The cold grounded me. Nikolai Volkov. The name rattled inside my skull. I knew the basics, everyone did. His father, Semyon, was a ghost of a man now, retired or exiled, depending on who told the story. Nikolai had taken over the Volkov operations by 27. 10 years older than me. I had seen one photo of him, maybe two. Clean cut. Sharp suit. Pale eyes. The look of someone who didn't ask questions, because no one dared deny him anything. Now I was going to be his wife? No. Not a chance in hell. I didn't survive 20 years in this house just to become someone else's property. I'd rather set myself on fire than be walked into a mansion as a bride and dragged out as a corpse. Footsteps approached behind me. I didn't need to look to know who it was. Uncle Victor stopped a few paces behind. He asked for you personally. I didn't ask for him, I said without turning around. He doesn't care. Of course not. Men like Nikolai Volkov didn't ask for permission. They made declarations, and people obeyed. My father must have practically wet himself at the idea of being tied to the Volkov empire. How long have they been planning it? I asked. A while, Victor said. He made the offer a month ago. Your father didn't hesitate. Of course he didn't. I turned to face him. If I run? Victor's face didn't change. You won't get far. I laughed bitterly. That a threat? No, he said. Just the truth. Do you know what kind of man he is? Victor tilted his head slightly. I know exactly what kind of man he is. That didn't make me feel better. Does he want a wife? I said, stepping closer, or a leash with a pulse? Victor didn't answer. Typical. I turned and headed back toward the house. If they were going to make me a pawn, I'd at least learn the rules of the board. Because one thing was certain, I might be forced into this marriage, but I'd rather die than be conquered quietly. Let Nikolai Volkov look at me like prey. Let him try to cage me. I had claws too. And I wasn't afraid to draw blood.
Chapter 2. Amir. She was smaller than I remembered. Not weak, never that, but smaller. Compact. contained. Like something dangerous, kept in a glass case just barely holding under pressure. I watched her from the far end of the long dining table as she sat beside her father, rigid and silent. Her dark hair was pinned up like they were trying to make her look older, more controlled, more acceptable. But she didn't wear the mask well. Her fury leaked through the cracks. Good. I didn't want a well-trained pet. I wanted the girl who looked me in the eye from across the room, like she was debating how fast she could kill me if she tried. You remember Nikolai, Mikhail said with the kind of forced cheer that made my skin crawl. He's very pleased to see you. Anastasia didn't answer. She just cut into her lamb with surgical precision and didn't look up. Disrespect, some would say. A slight. I said honest. Her father cleared his throat. Anastasia. Her knife paused in midair. She slowly raised her gaze and locked eyes with me for the first time in over a decade. And just like that, I remembered. The girl I'd seen once, long ago. 12 years old. Barely speaking. Bruised, silenced, cornered at the edge of a staircase in a Morozov estate I'd visited for 5 minutes and never forgotten. No one else had even looked at her. But I had. Because she had looked right back. Now, that same fire was burning hotter. Nikolai, she said flatly. No title. No courtesy. Just my name, like a dare. I smiled. Not wide, not warm, just enough to let her know I approved. You've grown, I said. You haven't. I laughed once. Low. Dangerous. I could feel her father stiffen beside her. Mikhail raised his glass in a poor attempt to smooth the tension. To family. I didn't lift mine. I kept my eyes on her. She didn't raise hers either. So be it. I let the silence stretch. I liked making people uncomfortable. It exposed their weaknesses. But she didn't flinch. She didn't even blink. Her fingers were steady around the stem of her wine glass. Interesting. Dinner passed in a slow drip of small talk, none of it worth listening to. I tuned out the voices, focused only on her. The way she didn't eat much. The way she chewed slowly, thoughtfully, like she was measuring every bite for poison. The way she didn't glance at me again. She was punishing me. With silence. With restraint. I respected the attempt. After the plates were cleared, her father gestured to me with an oily smile. Nikolai would like a word with you. Alone. No, thank you, she said without hesitation, pushing her chair back. Mikhail looked like he was about to explode, but I held up a hand. I insist. She stared at me. I saw it in her eyes, the calculation. The risk. The fact that she knew no one in this room would protect her, but she also didn't want to show fear. Finally, she stood. I moved first, guiding her with a gesture to the double doors leading out to the winter salon. She didn't follow me right away. She made a point of leaving on her own terms, her own pace. Every movement was deliberate, a refusal to be led. When we were finally alone, I closed the doors behind her. The air was quieter here, colder. Moonlight filtered in through the high windows, casting silver on the marble floor. She stood in the center of the room, like a statue made of defiance. You don't want this, she said before I could speak. I do. You don't know me. I've known enough for a long time. You knew a girl, she said. That girl's gone. Good, I said. She was too quiet. She laughed, but there was no humor in it. So you want what, exactly? A trophy? A wife who bleeds when you say so? Or are you just collecting pretty things like your father did? I stepped closer. I want a wife with fire. With steel in her spine. Someone who'll look me in the eye and not blink. Someone who knows what it means to belong to a man like me, and do it anyway. She didn't step back. You think I'll ever belong to you? Yes. Her lip curled slightly. You'll have to drag me to that altar. I tilted my head. If I wanted you on your knees, you'd already be there. That did it. She slapped me. Hard. The sound echoed off the marble. I didn't move. Didn't touch my cheek. Just smiled. I was wondering when you do that. You think this is a game, she hissed. No. I think it's a beginning. I stepped even closer, now chest to chest, our bodies inches apart. Her breathing was shallow but steady. I could see the rage flickering in her eyes, layered with something else. Uncertainty. Maybe even curiosity. You don't know what I've lived through, she whispered. I don't need to. I see what it made you. Her fingers trembled slightly at her sides. I reached out and gently took her wrist, turning her palm up. She didn't stop me, but I felt the tension coil through her like a pulled wire. I traced a thumb along the edge of her pulse. It was rapid. Furious. You'll hate me at first, I said. Then you'll understand me. Then you'll need me. I'll never need you. You already do. She jerked her hand away, breathing hard now. You can wear your hate like armor, I said. But I know what's under it. Do you? Yes. Because it matches mine. I opened the door again, stepping aside. You may go. She stared at me for a beat too long, like she was searching for a weapon. Then she walked out without another word. And I knew, then and there. She was perfect. Mikhail waited until his daughter was out of earshot before opening his mouth. She's difficult, he said, like he was proud of it. I didn't respond. I stared at the hallway where she'd gone. The sound of her heels on the marble was long gone, but the tension she left behind lingered like perfume. That girl, no, that woman, was not what I expected. She was more. More fire. More edge. More fury in one stare than most men I'd broken in interrogation rooms. She didn't sit quietly like most Mafia daughters. She didn't pretend. She didn't hide her hate. Good. It would make everything sweeter. Mikhail cleared his throat. As you can see, she still needs training. She's not a dog, I said without looking at him. His face twitched. Not used to being corrected. Certainly not by the man about to marry his daughter. But he was smart enough not to argue. She'll behave, he said. Or she'll pay the price. I've never gone soft on her. I turned my gaze to him fully then. For a moment, I said nothing. Then I stepped closer to the table and poured myself another drink. Vodka, no ice. I downed it in one clean motion, the burn doing nothing to distract from the storm tightening in my chest. You've beaten her? I asked. Mikhail's brow furrowed. What? I asked if you've put your hands on her. A pause. I discipline, as a father should. Wrong answer. Victor stiffened in the corner. Mikhail set his glass down. Nikolai. She's yours now. What's in the past is none of your concern. I smiled. Slowly. Then I walked behind his chair, put my hand on his shoulder and squeezed. Hard. He flinched. He tried not to, but he did. You'll never touch her again, I said quietly. Not now. Not ever. Mikhail tried to laugh. Of course not. She's yours. Do what you want with her. I will. I released him and walked to the fireplace. A large portrait of Mikhail's father hung above the mantel, another pathetic man who died thinking he had power. You never deserved her, I said. She's a disobedient brat. She's a Morozova because of your name. But everything strong in her is despite you. The silence cracked. You don't love her, he said flatly. No. I turned back to face him. But I own her now. I watched him process that. Watched the realization shift in his expression. He'd lost. Not just his daughter, but his position. His leverage. His future. You gave her away cheap, I said. If you knew what she's really worth, you'd have sold your own soul instead. She's a temperamental girl with no experience in our world. She's got instinct. Rage. Spine. I stepped closer again, and this time I didn't hide the venom in my voice. And if I ever find out you broke any of that while she was under your roof, if I find one scar you gave her, I will come back here and dismantle everything you've ever built. Slowly. Mikhail swallowed. You're serious? I always am. He nodded, finally understanding the new balance of power. The marriage wasn't a deal to me. It was a claim. Not political. Personal. Later that night, I stood alone in the guest wing, staring out the tall windows overlooking the back courtyard. Snow was falling again, thicker now. Silent. Endless. I wondered if she was watching it too. Anastasia Morozova didn't know it yet, but her life had already changed. The second her father signed that paper, she stopped being a pawn in this dying house. She became mine. And no one, not Mikhail, not her enemies, not even she, would be allowed to ruin that. Let her resist. Let her rage. Let her hate me. I'd take it all. And in the end, she'd kneel. Not because I broke her, but because I'd be the only man left standing who never tried.
Chapter 3. Anastasia. The car ride was silent, except for the ticking of the turn signal. I sat in the back seat of my father's black Mercedes, my hands clenched around the hem of my coat, knuckles white. The leather smelled like ash and old blood, and I hated how familiar it was. We passed the city's edge and drove north toward nothing. No one told me where I was going. No one needed to. The moment I stepped into the car, I knew they were delivering me like a package. A gift wrapped in black, sent to the Volkov estate like I was something to be opened and claimed. The driver didn't look at me. Smart. I was ready to take someone's eye out for less. I'd packed a single bag. Out of spite, not submission. If Nikolai Volkov wanted a pretty wife, he'd be disappointed. I brought nothing elegant, nothing feminine. Plain jeans, black sweaters, one dull pair of boots, and the combat knife I'd hidden in the lining. Let him try me. I knew what kind of man he was now. What kind of eyes he had. He hadn't said much at dinner. He didn't need to. The way he watched me, it was like being dissected under glass. Not with hunger. Not even lust. With ownership. And worse, recognition. As if he'd been waiting for me to arrive exactly as I was, furious, cornered, and out of choices. My stomach churned. I wasn't scared of him. I was scared of the way some part of me had wanted to look back. The car slowed. Gravel crunched beneath the tires as wrought iron gates opened ahead. Beyond them stood a sprawling manor, older than any in my family's territory. Snow blanketed the roof, the trees, the sharp iron fencing that wrapped around it like a crown of thorns. It didn't look like a home. It looked like a fortress. The driver pulled around to the front entrance and parked beneath the covered archway. Before he could step out to open my door, I shoved it open myself and got out. My boots hit the stone like a shot. The door to the estate opened before I could reach it. And there he was. Nikolai Volkov. Leaning one shoulder casually against the doorframe. Black coat, black scarf, black gloves. His eyes the same winter blue. Calm. Patient. I stopped at the base of the stairs and met his gaze. Neither of us spoke. I was the first to move. I stepped up. 1, 2, 3 stairs. Until we were face to face. I saw the muscle in his jaw flex as he studied me. "You're late," he said softly. "Traffic," I snapped. He smiled slightly. "You brought nothing." I raised my chin. "If I'm supposed to decorate your house, you should have asked for a different girl." "I didn't want a decoration," he said. "I wanted you." I hated how it sounded when he said it, not like a compliment. Like a fact. He stepped aside, letting me in. I walked past him without hesitation. But not without noticing the heat that rolled off his body, even through the cold. Not without catching the faint scent of clove and leather, and something darker underneath. not without realizing he didn't try to touch me, which made me wonder if he ever would. Or if he was waiting for me to offer first. Worse, it made me wonder what it would feel like if I did. The Volkov estate was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of silence that wasn't natural, not peaceful but constructed. Like someone had deliberately removed every sound that might remind you were human. No clocks ticking. No pipes groaning. No staff whispering behind doors. Just silence, thick and total, broken only by the faint echo of my footsteps on polished stone. The grand foyer was all marble and dark wood. A sweeping staircase curved to the second floor, lined with gold-trimmed railings and a crimson runner. Paintings hung along the walls, but none were of people. Just stormy landscapes. Mountains under lightning. Forests drowning in fog. Beautiful. Haunted. The butler, silent, gray-suited, forgettable, led me up the stairs and down a long hallway saying only, "This will be your room." Your room. Not the room. Not our room. Nikolai hadn't come up. He hadn't followed. He'd vanished the moment I walked past him. I liked that. It made him easier to control in my mind, an absence I could ignore. The bedroom was enormous. Bigger than the one I'd had at home. White walls, black velvet curtains, no personal touches. Like a hotel suite no one had ever stayed in. "Dinner is served at 8, the butler said behind me. "I'm not hungry." He didn't respond. Just nodded once and left, closing the door behind him. I stood in the center of the room for a long time. The weight of it all pressed against my chest, the silence, the distance, the knowledge that I was somewhere I couldn't leave. I wasn't scared. Not of this house. Not of Nikolai. I was something worse. Angry. By 9 p.m. I was pacing. I hadn't eaten. I hadn't unpacked. I hadn't changed. I didn't want to. Everything inside me felt like a pot left on the stove too long, bubbling thick, about to spill. I didn't know what I was looking for when I left the room, barefoot and quiet, slipping through the darkened corridor like a thief. But I knew what I found. The library door was open. Not wide, just enough. I pushed it gently. The lights were dim, golden and low. Books lined the walls in perfect rows, floor to ceiling. Shelves of black walnut, the smell of old paper and cigars hanging heavy in the air. A fire crackled in the corner, the only sound for miles. And there he was. Sitting on a leather armchair, one leg crossed, a book in hand. Nikolai Volkov. Reading. He didn't look surprised to see me. He didn't even look up at first, just turned the page slowly, deliberately, before speaking. "You're restless," he said. I crossed the threshold, ignoring the way the warmth made my skin prickle. "I don't sleep in cages." "Is that what this is?" "You tell me," I said. He closed the book gently and set it on the table beside him. Then he finally looked at me. And for the second time that day, I felt it. That weight. The way his eyes didn't just look at you, they read you. Dismantled you. Filed you away into categories of use, threat, temptation. And I knew exactly which one he saw in me. "What do you want, Anastasia?" he asked. "To understand what the hell you're doing." I thought that was obvious. "Try me." He stood. Slowly. No threat in the movement. But I still felt my heart skip once. Not from fear. From instinct. From the way something old and sharp inside me recognized something old and sharp in him. He stepped closer, stopping a few feet away. "I want control," he said. "Power. Leverage. And you give me all three. And in exchange? You get protection. A name stronger than yours. A life no one can touch." I stared up at him. "That sounds like a prison." He leaned down slightly, just enough to lower his voice. "Only if you try to escape." I swallowed. "What if I fight you?" He smiled. "I'm counting on it." I slapped him. The sound cracked across the room like lightning. He didn't flinch. He didn't move. But his eyes darkened. And for a split second I saw something flicker beneath the surface, not anger. Need? Tight. Controlled. Dangerous. The kind of desire that wasn't polite. That didn't wait. His hand shot out like a viper, fingers clamping around my wrist before I could pull away from the slap. The sting on his cheek bloomed red, but his grip was iron, unyielding, possessive. He yanked me forward, slamming my body against his, my breasts crushing into the hard wall of his chest. The heat of him seeped through my thin dress, his cock already straining against my thigh, thick and insistent like a promise of punishment. "You little fucking tease," he growled, voice rough as gravel, his breath hot against my ear. "You think you can hit me and walk away? I'll make you beg for it." I gasped, but it wasn't fear, it was fire. My nipples hardened into aching peaks, rubbing against the lace of my bra, as he pinned my arms behind my back with one hand. The other dove straight under my skirt, fingers shoving aside my panties to plunge into my thick heat. I was soaked, embarrassingly wet from the moment his eyes had stripped me bare, and he knew it. He curled 2 fingers inside me, pumping hard, his thumb grinding against my swollen clit until my knees buckled. "Fuck, you're dripping for me," he snarled, biting down on my neck hard enough to bruise. "This pussy's mine now. Say it." "No," I hissed, but my hips betrayed me, grinding against his hand, chasing the brutal rhythm. He laughed, dark and filthy, withdrawing his fingers only to slap my ass, sharp, stinging, before spinning me around and bending me over the arm of the leather chair. My dress hiked up, exposing me, cool air kissing my throbbing cunt. He freed his cock with a rasp of his zipper, the thick head nudging my entrance, teasing, not entering. "Beg, Anastasia. Beg for this cock to split you open." "Fuck you," I spat, but my voice cracked as he thrust in, one merciless stroke, burying himself to the hilt. I cried out, the stretch burning deliciously, his girth filling me so completely I saw stars. He didn't wait, didn't ease in, he fucked me like he owned me, hips slamming against my ass, balls slapping my clit with every punishing drive. "Take it," he grunted, fisting my hair to arch my back, pounding deeper. "Take every inch of this cock, until you scream my name." I clawed at the leather, moans ripping from my throat, raw, desperate, as he reached around to pinch my clit, rolling it between rough fingers. Pleasure coiled tight, exploding in waves that made my walls clench around him, milking his shaft. He groaned, pace faltering, then roared as he came, flooding me with hot spurts, marking me inside out. We stayed locked like that, panting, his cock twitching in my pulsing cunt, sweat slicked and spent. But his grip didn't loosen. Not yet. Then he stepped back. Just once. "You'll sleep here tonight," he said, voice calm again. I crossed my arms. "And if I don't?" "You won't be locked in," he said. "But I'd advise against wandering too far. You're not in your father's house anymore." I didn't answer. Just turned and left. But I knew he watched me walk away. And I hated the way that made my pulse stutter.
Chapter 4. Nikolai. She didn't slam the door when she left. That was the most interesting part. She wanted to. I saw it in the tension of her shoulders, in the twitch of her fingers on the handle, but she didn't. She walked out slow, quiet, deliberate. Like someone who refused to give me satisfaction. Good. I wasn't interested in a woman who gave in easily. I walked back to the chair, sat, and picked up the book again. I didn't read a single word. I could still smell her. A faint, clean scent, something floral but unpolished. No perfume. Just skin and soap. She didn't wear softness like other women did. She wore it like an insult. Like armor that made her itch. And when she slapped me, my jaw ached where she'd hit me. She hadn't held back. She'd wanted to hurt me. And that stirred something in me I hadn't felt in a long time. I reached into the drawer of the side table and pulled out my phone. There were 5 new messages from my cousin Oleg. 2 from Grigory, who was supposed to be handling the latest fallout from the Chechen shipment gone sideways. I ignored them. I scrolled instead to the security camera feed from the West Wing. Her room. Dark. The overhead monitor glowed faintly in the corner. She was pacing, barefoot. She hadn't changed clothes. Still in the black dress she hated. I could see her shadow move past the windows, stopping every few seconds, restless. Like me. Like something in her refused to settle. She was testing her cage already, measuring it. Looking for seams. Weakness. She'd find none. But I would let her try. I leaned back in the chair, steepled my fingers under my chin, and let the firelight flicker across the floor. I hadn't planned to want her like this. I'd asked for the alliance because it made sense. Because the Morozovs were weak. Because I liked collecting leverage. But the girl I saw at that dinner, she was not what I'd expected. And now she was mine. Really mine. Not just in name. Not just on paper. But soon, fully. Wholly. Down to her defiance. And when I broke her, I'd make sure she never forgot who did it. Not through pain. Through obsession. Through the one thing no one had ever given her. Devotion. On my terms. Only mine. She stopped pacing around 2 a.m. I watched the footage again later, slowly, frame by frame, eyes fixed on the flicker of her silhouette as she sat on the edge of the bed, elbows on her knees, hands clasped together like someone preparing for war. She didn't cry. Not once. I'd seen men on their knees, arms broken, begging for mercy, and they still cried more easily than her. That was the moment I decided no one would get to her. Not before me. Not instead of me. She wasn't ready for the world she was walking into. But I was. By noon, I had new men posted on the estate perimeter. Not my usual crew, hers. Personal detail. Fully trained off-books, loyal to my command only. 2 in the east corridor near her room. 1 posing as kitchen staff. 2 stationed at the outer fence in full winter gear. They weren't there to stop her from leaving. They were there to stop anyone else from getting in. The Bratva didn't move cleanly these days. Since my father stepped back and I took over, the families were volatile. Unstable. Everyone had eyes on me. On the Volkov name. The Morozov deal was public knowledge now. And that meant Anastasia had a target on her back, whether she liked it or not. She was leverage. And I didn't share my leverage. She didn't notice the men at first. Of course she didn't. That was the point. She left her room late in the morning, dressed in black again. Black sweater, black jeans, hair tied back like she was ready to fight someone. No makeup. No jewelry. Like she was daring me to say something about it. I didn't. She walked the halls like she expected to be stopped, and when she wasn't, she kept going. Through the west corridor. Through the library. The garden. She even tried the door to the cellar. Locked. I watched all of it on the monitors. I let her roam. And I let the guards see her. A reminder, this wasn't a birdcage. This was my kingdom. She was allowed to move freely. Because I allowed it. By the afternoon, she noticed them. She was walking near the south-facing hall, one of the long ones with tall windows and not much else, when she spotted Roman, stationed at the end of the corridor, pretending to inspect a pipe. He didn't look at her, didn't flinch, but she stopped. Watched him. Then slowly turned and walked back the way she came. No fear in her steps. Just calculation. The next hour she walked a new path, toward the servants' wing, toward the back stairs, toward the kitchen, and down to the greenhouse. And every place she turned she found someone. Different faces. Different places. But always there. Watching. By evening, I knew it was only a matter of time before she came to me. And she did. I was in the inner office, sorting intel from Oleg and 2 of the Western border teams, when the door slammed open. She didn't knock. Good. Why are there men following me? She asked, arms folded tight, jaw locked. I didn't look up right away. I finished reading the last line of the report, set it aside, and gestured to the door. Close it. She hesitated, then shut it behind her with a sharp click. I leaned back in my chair and met her stare. You're not being followed. Bullshit. They're everywhere. Corners, windows, doorways. You're tracking me like a fucking asset. I stood slowly, walked around the desk, and stopped in front of her. You are an asset. She recoiled slightly, and I saw it, the flicker of betrayal. Of recognition. That I might not be any better than her father. But then I added, an asset worth protecting. That stopped her. I watched the confusion cross her face just for a heartbeat, before it vanished behind fresh anger. So that's it, she said. I get a personal prison with wallpaper and guards. They're not watching you, I said. They're watching for you. She scoffed. Same thing. No, I said, voice lowering. It's not. I walked past her to the window and opened the curtain slightly. Beyond it, the estate ground stretched wide under the gray sky, the forest in the distance like a jagged scar. And in the far corner, barely visible, a figure in black paced the tree line. Someone tried to intercept your car last night, I said. A Morozov rival. He got close to the gate before he was intercepted. I didn't tell you because you were already too wound. She froze. I didn't turn around. If he'd gotten through, I continued, it wouldn't have been to negotiate. It would have been to leave a message. On your skin. Silence. Then soft and cutting, so I'm bait. I turned. You were, I said. Until you became mine. She opened her mouth. Shut it. She was breathing a little harder now, and I could tell she didn't know what to do with this version of me. The one who wasn't threatening her, but shielding her. Not for love. Not for trust. But because it was my right. And no one touched what I claimed. You don't own me, she whispered. I stepped closer, slowly, until I was inches from her face. I didn't touch her. You're under my protection, I said. You live in my home. You wear my name in 10 days. Every threat to you is a threat to me. So if you think I'm going to leave you exposed, unguarded, vulnerable, then you don't understand me at all. Her chest rose and fell. She hated this. Hated needing my protection. Hated knowing it was real. Good. Let her hate it. She turned halfway to the door, then stopped. You should have told me, she said. Not accusing. Not gentle. Just honest. I'm telling you now. Another pause. Then she walked out. She didn't slam the door this time either.
Chapter 5. Anastasia. The dress was too white. Too clean. Too perfect. Like it belonged to someone soft. Someone pure. Someone willing. I stood on the raised fitting platform in front of 3 full-length mirrors, arms stiff at my sides, while 2 seamstresses adjusted the fabric around my hips. The gown shimmered faintly under the overhead lights, satin and lace, pearls sewn into the bodice, a veil draped over a side table like a ghost waiting to settle on my shoulders. I hated all of it. The back of my throat burned. I swallowed it down. One of the seamstresses knelt to adjust the hem, murmuring something in Russian I didn't catch. The other one pinned a fold at the back and tugged hard. I didn't flinch. They were just doing their job. Just like everyone else in this house. Quiet. Efficient. Disposable. Nikolai had arranged this. Of course he had. He hadn't said a word to me since I confronted him about the guards. No message. No summons. Nothing but silence and the knowledge that my life was moving forward without my permission. This fitting was proof. In 10 days, I'd stand in this same dress and marry a man I didn't trust in front of people I didn't know for reasons I hadn't chosen. Unless I destroyed it. Unless I broke the script. I waited until the seamstresses stepped away to check something in the sewing kit. Then I moved. Quick, quiet, sharp. I grabbed the scissors from the tray on the chair and slid the blade into the fabric at my hip. A clean slice. Deep. The sound was almost satisfying, a soft rip through a $1,000 veil of expectation. The seamstresses gasped. The door opened. "Don't," said a voice from the doorway. I turned, scissors still in hand. It wasn't Nikolai. It was a woman. Tall. Raven black hair in a braid over her shoulder. Green eyes, sharp like broken glass. Dressed head to toe in matte black. She walked into the room like it belonged to her, heel clicked soft but deliberate, and took the scissors from my hand before I could react. "Nice grip," she said, inspecting them. "Poor technique." I blinked. "Who the hell are you?" "Alina Volkov." She smiled faintly. "His sister." Alina didn't wait for permission. She dismissed the seamstresses with a single nod and a phrase in rapid Russian I couldn't follow. They gathered their things and disappeared without protest, leaving me half-dressed, humiliated, and armed with nothing but a ripped wedding gown and a knot in my throat. She walked around me once. Not like the men did, not like a threat. More like a strategist circling a new recruit. "You hate it," she said. I didn't answer. She pointed to the fabric where I'd slashed it. "Too much lace. Wrong neckline. You should have cut through the bodice." Cleaner symbolism. I stared at her. "Are you here to help or mock me?" "Why not both?" I stepped off the platform. The train dragged behind me like a chain. "Tell your brother if he wants to dress up a corpse, he can find another doll." "Trust me," Alina said, folding her arms. "He doesn't want a doll." "Then he shouldn't have picked me." "He didn't pick you for obedience," she said, amused. "He picked you because you're the only one who wouldn't break the first week." I paused. "He told you that?" She shrugged. "He didn't have to." I sank onto the edge of the velvet settee, suddenly too tired to stand. The ruined fabric pooled around me like water. Alina moved to the tray the staff had brought in, untouched tea, some kind of dried fruit, and poured herself a glass of water. Then, without asking, she handed it to me. I took it. "You're not what I expected," I admitted. "Good. Why are you helping me?" "I'm not," she said. "I'm helping him." "Of course. But," she added, sitting down across from me, "that doesn't mean I want to see you fail." I took a sip of the water. My throat still burned. "I don't know how to survive this," I whispered. She looked at me for a long time. Then she said, "You don't survive it. You become it." Later that night, I slipped into the bath without thinking. Not for luxury. Not for comfort. Just to feel something that wasn't pressure. The water was too hot. I didn't care. I sank until it reached my shoulders, the scent of expensive soap rising in clouds of steam. The tears came fast. Not loud. Not violent. Just steady. I didn't sob. I couldn't. I just leaked. Quiet and angry. I was supposed to be stronger than this. The door creaked. I didn't turn my head. Didn't move. I knew it was him before I heard his footsteps. Nikolai didn't speak. He didn't ask if he could come in. He just stepped inside and sat on the tiled bench beside the bath, fully dressed in black slacks and a dark shirt, elbows on his knees. I kept my eyes on the water. His presence filled the room like smoke. And for once, he didn't try to own it. Or me. He just stayed. Minutes passed. Maybe more. He never touched me. Never said a word. But he didn't leave either. And somehow that was worse. And somehow that was better.
Chapter 6. Nikolai. His blood was already on the floor by the time I walked in. The room stank of sweat, urine, and fear, not from me, not from my men. Just him. The idiot currently zip-tied to the iron chair in the center of the cellar, nose broken, shirt soaked through with panic. His name was Yuri. Small time. Drank too much, talked too loud. One of Mikhail's outer circle rats, who thought he was untouchable because he once shook my hand at a party. He didn't even know Anastasia, not really. That was what made it worse. He'd seen her at the club. Saw her walk past in a black dress, watched her ignore the men lining the booth beside her father, and decided that entitled him to speak. Loud enough for her to hear. Loud enough for me to hear. What's the point of marrying a Morozova if you can't even train her to smile? That was all it took. I gave him the courtesy of finishing his drink before dragging him out the back door. Now here he was. Mouth taped. Eyes wide. Finally silent. I pulled off my coat, handed it to Andrei, and rolled up my sleeves. Yuri mumbled something behind the duct tape. I didn't care. I cracked my knuckles and walked toward the chair, boots echoing off concrete. You thought this would be simple, I said. A little joke. A careless insult. Something no one would remember tomorrow. I stopped in front of him. But I remember everything. I grabbed the side of his head and forced him to look at me. You saw her and thought she was weak. That's your mistake. You thought she was just a girl standing next to power. You didn't realize she is the reason you're bleeding. He tried to speak, too late. The first hit shattered his cheekbone. The second cracked 2 ribs. I didn't stop. Didn't rush either. I made it personal. Because it was. My men stayed silent, watching from the edges of the room. They knew better than to interfere. When it came to her, the rules were different. Eventually, I dropped the brass knuckles and let Yuri slump forward, barely breathing, face unrecognizable. Next time you look at her, I said, voice low, you'll do it with the memory of what it cost you. I turned and walked out without another word. I didn't bother washing the blood off my hands. Back at the estate, I entered through the side corridor. I didn't expect to see her. But there she was, coming down the stairs in a soft black sweater and no shoes, hair still damp from the bath. She stopped halfway when she saw me. Her eyes dropped to the blood on my hands, then rose to meet mine. She didn't speak, didn't flinch, didn't ask. I walked past her, pausing just long enough to whisper, "He won't look at you again." And for the first time since she arrived, she didn't fight me. She just nodded once and let me walk away. I didn't bother changing, didn't wash my hands, didn't clean the blood that had dried along my knuckles or beneath my nails. I wanted her to see it. I wanted to see what she did when she did. I found her in the sitting room off the west wing, standing near the fireplace. A book was open in her hands, but she wasn't reading. Her eyes were unfocused, distant, thinking, planning, plotting. She didn't look up when I stepped in. Didn't speak, didn't flinch. Just turned a page like I was a breeze that stirred the room, unwanted, expected. I stood near the wall and waited. After a moment, she spoke. "You didn't have to kill him." I didn't. Her eyes flicked up. Yet. I took a step closer. I gave him back his life. What's left of it? I didn't ask for that. You didn't have to. You think hurting someone for insulting me is going to make me obey you? I shook my head slowly. I don't want your obedience. Then what do you want? I crossed the room. Her chin tilted up as I stopped in front of her, close enough to see the shadows move across her face from the firelight. Her gaze dropped again to my hands. The bruised skin. The dried blood along the wrist. And then, she did the last thing I expected. She reached out and touched it. Fingertips brushed across my knuckles. Light. Careful. She didn't look away. And neither did I. Her fingers slid from my blood-crusted knuckles to my jaw, slow, deliberate, like she was testing the edge of a blade. Firelight caught the dried crimson on her fingertips as she traced the sharp line of my cheekbone, then higher, until her thumb brushed the corner of my mouth. I leaned in. She didn't stop me. Our mouths crashed together, teeth first, a brutal scrape of want and warning. I tasted copper and smoke. She tasted like defiance and heat. Her tongue speared into my mouth, claiming, not yielding, and I answered with a growl that rumbled from my chest. My hands snapped to her waist, fingers digging into the soft give of flesh beneath silk, hauling her flush against me. My cock was already iron hard, grinding against her belly through our clothes, and she felt it. Fuck, she rolled into it, hips rocking once, sharp, filthy. She shoved me back. Hard. My spine hit the mantel, the impact rattling the iron poker beside the hearth. I let her palms flatten against my chest, let her nails rake down the front of my shirt, tearing buttons free. Let her breath come in ragged bursts as she stared up at me, pupils blown wide, lips swollen and wet. I didn't move. Not yet. Because this was her move, her choice, her fire. And I was going to let it burn us both. She stepped away first, lips parted, breath uneven. I don't belong to you, she whispered. No, I said. Not yet. She left the room fast, almost stumbling as she turned the corner out of sight. I stood in the silence, pulse steady, blood still on my hands. Smiling. Because now I knew. She wanted to run. But her feet were already turning toward me.
Chapter 7. Anastasia. The dress fit perfectly. Of course it did. It had been altered, re-altered, steamed, pinned, and reshaped like a weapon built to fit a single hand. I stood before the mirror in the bridal suite, suffocating in silk and stitches. The gown clung to my waist, flared at the hips, and left my back bare. White. Pure. Elegant. The color of surrender. My reflection didn't blink. Neither did I. There were no bridesmaids. No mother to cry over me. No soft voices, no last-minute lipstick fixes, no perfume behind the ears. Just silence. And the quiet click of the clock ticking down the seconds to my execution. Behind me, the door opened. Milena slipped inside without knocking, dressed in black. Again. She never wore anything else. You look terrifying, she said. I raised an eyebrow. You mean beautiful? No, she said. I mean terrifying. I almost smiled. Almost. She crossed the room, looked me over like she was inspecting a soldier before battle, then reached out and fixed the edge of my veil. This is your last chance to run, she said quietly. You could leave now. I could get you out. One call. I didn't move. I stared at the mirror. At the white. At the girl who was no longer a girl at all. And I said, I'm not afraid of him. Milena tilted her head. Good. Just make sure you're not afraid of yourself either. She left before I could answer. The chapel was small. Private. Walls of stone, ceiling of stained glass, floor lined with shadow. There were only 15 guests. All of them Bratva. All of them silent. He was already there when I arrived. Nikolai Volkov in a black suit. No tie. Collar open. Hands clasped behind his back. Waiting. Always waiting. The priest didn't ask if I was ready. He didn't ask anything. Just motioned for me to stand across from him. I met Nikolai's gaze as I took my place. Blue. Still cold. Still unreadable. But different now. Possession had never looked so still. He said his vows like promises made to himself. I said mine like an oath to survive. When he slid the ring onto my finger, his hands were warm. I didn't flinch. I didn't smile. And I didn't say thank you. The suite was dark except for the low amber glow of a single lamp. The bed was vast, white sheets turned down like a surrender flag. I stood at the foot of it in nothing but the slip of silk they'd left beneath the gown, hair loose, veil gone, ring heavy on my finger. Nikolai shut the door. The click echoed like a gunshot. He didn't speak. Didn't rush. Just unbuttoned his jacket, let it fall, and rolled the sleeves of his white shirt to the elbow. Veins corded over muscle. knuckles still faintly bruised from the night before. He watched me the way a wolf watches a flame, curious how long it'll burn before it learns it can be snuffed. I lifted my chin. Get it over with? A slow exhale through his nose. No. He stepped in, close enough that the heat of him licked my skin. One hand rose, slow, and wrapped around the back of my neck, thumb pressing the hollow beneath my skull. Not squeezing. Just holding. Owning the pulse that hammered there. I hated how my thighs clenched. His mouth brushed mine barely. A tease. Then again harder, teeth scraping my lower lip until I tasted copper. I opened for him on instinct and he took, tongue sliding in deep, filthy, claiming every corner. I kissed back like I wanted to bite him, hands fisting his shirt trying to drag him down. He let me. Then broke the kiss, breath ragged against my cheek. On the bed. On your back. I obeyed before my pride could stop me. He followed, kneeling between my thighs but not touching. Just looking. The slip had ridden high, my nipples were hard points under silk, my cunt already slick and aching. He saw it all. His eyes dragged over me like a brand. Touch yourself, he said, voice low, rough. Show me how wet you are for your husband. My hand moved before I could snarl. Fingers slipping beneath silk, finding the soaked seam of me, circling my clit once, twice. A broken sound left my throat. He leaned in, mouth at my ear. Say please. Fuck you. His hand closed over my wrist, stopping me. Say it. I bucked against nothing, desperate, furious. Please. He released me. Let me stroke myself again, slow while he watched. When I was trembling, thighs shaking, he bent and kissed me, deep and dirty, swallowing every moan. Then pulled back. I reached for him, clawing at his belt. He caught my wrists, pinned them above my head with one hand. The other traced down my body, over the slip, stopping just short of where I needed him. Not tonight. I snarled, actually snarled. You bastard. You'll come when I decide, he said against my throat, teeth grazing. And you'll beg louder. He kissed me again, bruising, until I was writhing, until my hips rolled shamelessly against his thigh, chasing friction. He gave me nothing. Just heat and teeth and the hard line of his cock pressed to my hip, untouched, throbbing. Then he let go. Rolled away. Lay on his back beside me, shirt still on, breathing steady. One arm flung over his eyes. I stared at the ceiling, cunt pulsing, empty, furious. My skin burned where he'd touched me. My lips throbbed from his teeth. He didn't move. Didn't take. Just left me aching, soaked, furious, and married. And when the lamp finally clicked off, I hated the way my body curled toward his in the dark, seeking the heat he refused to give. And in the morning, I hated that part of me that wished he hadn't stopped.
Chapter 8. Nikolai. The meeting was supposed to be simple. A dinner. A toast. Some false smiles and careful words with men who owed me loyalty, and still liked to pretend I hadn't earned it. Old families were like that. Soft hands, sharper tongues. The only thing they feared more than power was a woman who refused to bow to it. So when I brought her, they noticed. And when she didn't shrink, they watched her closer. The private dining room in central Moscow belonged to no one officially, which meant it belonged to me. 12 seats, black glass table, crystal glasses that cost more than most people's cars. Men wore tailored suits. Girls were draped on arms like accessories. Except mine. Anastasia stood beside me as we entered, head high, spine straight, in a deep crimson dress with long sleeves and no jewelry. She didn't look like a wife. She looked like a warning. I could feel the tension ripple when we took our seats. My captains nodded in greeting one by one, Grigory, Oleg, Anton. Each of them looked at her like a puzzle they weren't sure how to handle. Good. Let them wonder. Let them fear what I might let her become. The first insult was subtle. One of the older men, Viktor Sokolov, a holdover from my father's time, reached for the wine before she could. He poured it for her. Without asking. It was meant to be polite. It wasn't. I saw the look in her eyes before she even touched the glass. "Thank you," she said, cool and perfect. Victor smiled. A wife should be served first, always. The man leads, the woman completes. Oleg chuckled. Anastasia lifted her glass, swirled it once, said nothing. I let it pass. So did she. For now. It unraveled in the second hour. The men drank more, talked more freely, tried to test her the way wolves test a fence they don't believe is electric. One of the newer recruits, Pavel, leaned across the table during dessert. "You're quiet tonight, Mrs. Volkov," he said, dragging out the title. "Your husband must enjoy the silence." I set my glass down. But before I could speak, she did. "So do corpses," she said. The table stilled. Then she picked up her dessert spoon, dipped it into the creme brulee, and took a slow bite like nothing had happened. Pavel raised both brows. Did I touch a nerve? Anastasia didn't answer. She reached for her wine glass. And as she lifted it, her fingers slipped on purpose and it shattered against the edge of her plate. The stem cracked in her hand. She didn't flinch. Didn't bleed. She simply picked up the broken vase, sharp end gleaming, and placed it on the table between them. Then looked him dead in the eye. "If you ever speak to me like that again," she said softly, "I won't be so polite." The silence that followed was thick enough to drown in. Pavel looked at me, unsure. I didn't blink. I didn't move. I just smiled. Because she had done it. On her own. And I'd never wanted to fuck her more than I did in that exact moment. The estate was dark when we stepped inside. The staff dismissed hours ago. I shut the heavy door behind us, the click swallowed by the marble foyer. Anastasia didn't wait. She kicked off her heels, the sharp clack echoing, and strode toward the kitchen like she owned the place. She did. I followed, pulse already hammering. She stopped at the island, palms flat on the black granite, back to me. The crimson dress hugged every curve, the slit up the back flashing a strip of thigh. I could still see the broken wine glass in her grip, the way she'd turned it into a weapon without blinking. I moved before I thought. Hands on her hips, I spun her, slammed her ass against the counter. She gasped, sharp and hot, but her hands were already fisted in my shirt, yanking me in. "Fucking menace," I growled against her mouth. She bit my lip, hard enough to sting. "You loved it." I kissed her like punishment, teeth clashing, tongue spearing deep. She tasted like wine and sugar, and pure unfiltered rage. My hands shoved up her thighs, bunching the dress to her waist. No panties. Of course. She'd planned this. I cupped her bare cunt, slick and swollen, and she bucked into my palm. Already soaked from threatening a man twice your size. "Shut up and touch me," she hissed, nails raking down my neck. I shoved 2 fingers inside her, curling hard. She cried out, head falling back, throat exposed. I bit down, sucking a bruise into the pale skin while I fucked her with my hand, thumb grinding her clit. Her walls clenched, greedy, dripping down my wrist. She shoved at my chest, hard. I stumbled back a step, cock throbbing against my zipper. She followed, eyes wild, and grabbed my belt, ripping it open. My slacks dropped to my thighs, cock springing free, heavy and aching. She wrapped her hand around me, stroked once, rough. "You want to fuck me on this counter, husband? Do it." I lifted her, set her ass on the edge, spread her thighs wide. The dress was still bunched at her waist, sleeves slipping off her shoulders. I didn't bother with the rest. I lined up, the head of my cock nudging her entrance, and thrust in one brutal stroke. She screamed, nails digging into my shoulders, legs locking around my waist. I didn't wait. I fucked her hard, hips snapping, the counter creaking under us. Every drive shoved her back, her tits bouncing beneath the silk, nipples hard and begging. "Harder," she snarled, yanking my hair. "Show me who I belong to." I snarled back, grabbed her throat, thumb pressing just enough. "You. Fucking. Mine." She came with a choked cry, pussy clamping down, milking me. I followed, slamming deep, spilling inside her with a groan that felt ripped from my chest. We stayed locked, panting, my cock still twitching inside her. Her dress was ruined, my shirt half unbuttoned, belt hanging loose. She leaned in, lips brushing my ear. Next time I break the glass on you. I laughed, dark and filthy, and kissed her again. She tasted like defiance. Like something I hadn't earned, but would take anyway. And the best part, she wanted to be taken.
Chapter 9. Anastasia. My phone was ringing. The old one. The one I wasn't supposed to have anymore, tucked at the bottom of my handbag, powered off, wrapped in a silk scarf no one would think to touch. Not Nikolai. Not his people. Not even Milena. But I kept it anyway. Not because I wanted to use it. Because I needed the option. I stared at the screen now, heart like stone. Father, no name, just the number burned into my memory. A number I'd learned to fear before I could write it down. It was the fourth call in 2 days. The first had come after the dinner. The one where I held a broken wine glass like a threat and left the men too stunned to speak. I'd expected whispers, rumors, maybe even backlash from Nikolai. But he hadn't said a word. He'd kissed me like I was something holy and ruined, and left bruises on my hips from where his hands had refused to let go. The hallway was dim, lit only by the sconce at the far end, throwing long gold shadows across the runner. I was halfway to the bedroom when his hand caught my wrist, spun me, and pressed me back against the cool plaster wall. Nikolai. Still in his shirt from dinner, sleeves rolled, collar open. The faint scent of cigar smoke and red wine clung to him, mixing with the heat rolling off his skin. His eyes raked over me, slow, deliberate, stopping on the faint purple bloom just above my collarbone where his mouth had been hours ago. Still wearing my marks, he murmured, thumb brushing the bruise like he was proud of the color. I tilted my head, letting my hair spill over one shoulder, exposing the column of my throat. You left them loud enough. He stepped in, crowding me, one hand sliding to the small of my back, the other cupping my jaw. His lips found the bruise again, soft at first, then open-mouthed, sucking hard enough to make me gasp. My fingers curled into his shirt, pulling him closer instead of pushing away. He laughed against my skin, low, breathless, the sound vibrating straight to my core. Thought you'd fight me tonight. I am, I whispered, nipping his ear. I'm just winning differently. His hand slipped lower, palming my ass through the silk robe I'd thrown on after the shower, fingers digging into the bruises he'd left on my hips. I arched into him, thighs parting on instinct, robe riding up. He groaned, the sound ragged, and kissed me, messy, hungry, teeth scraping my tongue. I laughed into his mouth, breathless, dizzy, the hallway spinning. My back scraped the wall as he lifted me, my legs wrapping his waist, robe falling open. His cock was hard against my bare cunt, grinding once, twice, teasing through his slacks. Dead, he growled. No, I panted, rolling my hips. Here. He kissed me again, swallowing my moan, and carried me 3 steps to the console table. Set me on the edge, shoved the robe off my shoulders. His mouth was on my neck, my breasts, teeth grazing a nipple until I whimpered. My hands were in his hair, tugging, guiding, demanding. He didn't stop. Neither did I. We stayed there, half-dressed, breathless, laughing between bites and bruises, until the sconce flickered and the hallway smelled like sex and smoke and us. And now my father wanted to talk. Now that I was valuable again. Now that I was dangerous. The phone kept ringing. I let it. I thought of all the times he'd ignored me. Every scream he didn't hear. Every bruise he didn't ask about. Every time he reminded me that I was only ever meant to be a tool in his hand, dull, disposable. The ringing stopped. I powered off the phone and slid it back into the drawer. He didn't deserve access to this version of me. Not anymore. I started with books. The ones Nikolai thought I wouldn't touch. They were tucked into the far shelves of his library, the tall, dark ones that stretched up to the carved ceiling, labeled in Russian, Latin, even Old Church Slavonic. Most of them untouched. Dust on the spines, leather cracked with age. The ones about history. The Bratva. The Vori versus Zakon. Men who built empires from ash. I read them at night, after the estate was asleep. After Nikolai had stalked past my door, or sometimes paused outside it like he wanted to knock. Sometimes I wanted him to. But I didn't need him. I needed knowledge. So I read. Silently. Obsessively. I learned how alliances were built and broken. What territories were still contested. How marriages were used like blood treaties. How betrayal was handled. How enemies disappeared and left no ghosts behind. It wasn't the violence that disturbed me. It was the pattern. There was a rhythm to power in this world. A dance. And the people who learned the steps fast enough, they didn't get crushed. They led. 3 nights into my study sessions, Milena caught me in the library. She leaned against the archway, arms crossed, watching me flip a page of an old casebook detailing the Volkov family's rise under Nikolai's grandfather. "You're dangerous," she said. I didn't look up. Not yet. She walked closer, heels silent on the carpet. "He doesn't want a wife who watches. He wants a queen who knows." I glanced at her. "I'm not doing this for him." Milena smiled. "I know." She tapped the spine of the book I was holding. "Then hurry."
Chapter 10. Nikolai. I found the open books before I found her. 2 volumes were spread across the library table. Not fiction, not fluff. Heavy historical texts. Internal codes of the Vori. Legacy lines of the Moscow syndicates. One with a folded page, still marked from the section on marriage clauses in alliance pacts. The candle beside them had burned low, which meant she'd been here a while. She wasn't reading this out of curiosity. This was study. Preparation. Control. I closed the nearest book gently and ran a finger along the notes she'd scribbled in the margins, sharp handwriting, almost surgical in its efficiency. Underlined terms. Circled names. One phrase repeated twice. Silence is consent. She wasn't just trying to survive. She was learning how to command. A part of me, the part still trained to view threats like targets, recognized what she was doing and tensed. The rest of me? Wanted her more. She didn't notice me until she turned into the hallway and nearly walked into my chest. I saw it then, the flicker of surprise, the edge of challenge behind her eyes. The instant shift from calm to battle-ready. "You're up late," I said. "So are you." I nodded toward the library. "Planning to depose me already?" "I'm just curious," she said evenly. "About the man I'm marrying. The world I've been dragged into." "You weren't dragged," I said. "You were traded. And now you're walking in it by choice." Her eyes narrowed. "Do you want me dumb and obedient?" she asked. I didn't answer with words. I moved. One hand shot out, fingers splaying across her collarbone, pushing her back until her spine met the wall with a soft thud. She gasped but didn't fight yet. Her eyes locked on mine, fierce, unyielding, as I crowded her space, my body a cage of heat and muscle pinning her in place. I leaned in slow, deliberate, my mouth hovering at the hollow of her throat. I didn't kiss. Didn't touch. Just breathed, hot ragged exhales ghosting over her skin, raising goosebumps in their wake. She shivered, the pulse beneath my palm racing like a trapped bird. My other hand settled on her hip, grip firm, thumb digging into the soft curve just above the bone. Not sliding up. Not down. Just holding her there, letting her feel the weight of my restraint, the throb of my cock straining against my slacks, pressed to her thigh through the thin fabric of her nightgown. She arched, just enough to grind against me once, deliberate, teasing. "Do it," she whispered, voice husky, daring. "Take what you want, Nikolai. Or are you afraid I'll bite back?" I growled low, lips brushing her earlobe, teeth grazing but not biting. My hand tightened on her hip, pulling her flush, letting her feel every hard inch of me, aching, leaking pre-cum into my boxers from the mere scent of her arousal soaking the air. Her nipples pebbled against my chest, begging, but I didn't move. Didn't give in. Not yet. I let the silence stretch, the power humming between us like a live wire, hers rising, mine coiling tighter. Let her squirm, wet and wanting, cunt clenching on nothing as my breath tormented her throat. Then finally, I pulled back just enough to meet her eyes, leaving her flushed, breathless, marked by nothing but the promise of more. I want you aware, I said. And dangerous. But not to me. She tilted her head. And if I am? I stepped back. Smiled. Then I'll handle you like I handle everything else. And how's that? Thoroughly. She didn't blink. Didn't smile. But her pulse betrayed her. And when she walked away, I knew. Whatever war she was preparing for. She wasn't the only one arming herself. The club wasn't on any map. It didn't have a name. Didn't need one. It existed beneath an old hotel in the heart of Moscow, 5 floors down, protected by biometric locks, encrypted elevators, and silence bought with blood. Only 3 people had access without asking. I was one of them. I didn't tell Anastasia where we were going. I didn't offer her a dress. I didn't ask if she was ready. I just said, "Come with me." She wore black. Always black. Tight skirt, boots that clicked like a countdown, a coat that didn't hide the tension in her shoulders. She didn't ask questions on the drive. Didn't ask them when we stepped into the elevator and passed through the first locked door or the second. But when the third lock hissed open and the walls gave way to red lights, soft music, and velvet shadows, she finally turned to me and said, "You're bringing me to hell." "No," I said. "I'm bringing you home." The club pulsed with quiet power. There was no dancing. No chaos. Just low music, dim corners, smoke curling like secrets. The scent of leather, perfume, and sin. Men and women lounged in booths that cost more than most penthouses. Some wore masks. Some didn't. No one looked surprised to see me. Everyone noticed her. She felt it too, the stares, the shift in energy. She didn't shrink. She lifted her chin. Followed 2 steps behind me like she knew the eyes wanted her to break. She wouldn't. That's why I brought her. Not to flaunt. To test. To show her what kind of world she belonged to now. We sat in my usual booth, half-curved velvet, candles at either end. She didn't speak until the server brought wine and left without a word. "Are you showing me off?" she asked. "No," I said. "I'm showing them you." Her lips twitched. "You want them to fear me?" "They already do." She sipped her wine. "What do you want me to be here?" "Exactly what you are," I said. Unapologetic. She didn't thank me. She didn't look away. She leaned closer, just enough for me to catch her scent, subtle, sharp, something impossible to forget. The booth swallowed us in velvet and shadow. The low thump of the bass slid under my skin like a second heartbeat. I set my glass down, slid my hand beneath the table, and found her knee. She didn't flinch. Just parted her thighs an inch, a silent dare. I took it. My palm glided up the smooth heat of her skin, pushing the hem of her skirt higher, higher, until the lace edge of her panties brushed my fingertips. She was already soaked. The fabric clung to her folds like it had been painted on. I traced the seam once, slow, then pressed 2 fingers against her clit through the lace. Her breath hitched, a tiny sharp sound lost in the music. I leaned in, lips at her ear, voice rough. "If we weren't surrounded by half the city's worst predators, I'd have you bent over this table right now. Skirt around your waist, panties ripped to your ankles. I'd spread you open and lick this sweet cunt until you forgot your own name. Then I'd fuck you so deep you'd feel me for days." Her hand dropped to my wrist, not to stop me, to guide me. She pressed my fingers harder against her clit, hips rocking once, shameless. "Prove it," she whispered, the words a blade wrapped in silk. I circled her clit, slow, relentless, feeling her pulse throb against my fingertips. Her thighs trembled. Her free hand gripped the edge of the table, knuckles white. I slid the lace aside, sank 1 finger into her heat, then 2, curling just right. She bit her lip to swallow the moan, but it leaked out anyway, low and filthy. I kept the rhythm lazy, tortuous, thumb flicking her clit in time with the bass. Every time she edged close, I eased off, drawing it out until her eyes glazed and her breath came in ragged pants. The booth hid us from the room, but not from the knowledge that a dozen eyes could turn at any second. She came with a shudder, pussy clenching around my fingers, a silent scream caught behind her teeth. I didn't stop until she sagged against the velvet, chest heaving, thighs slick with her release. I withdrew my hand, brought my fingers to my mouth, and licked them clean while she watched, pupils blown wide. Later, I said. I'll finish what I started. When we left the club, the air outside was sharp and cold. She didn't say a word on the way back, but her legs brushed mine in the car. And when I helped her out at the estate, she didn't pull away from my touch. Not once.
Chapter 11. Anastasia. She looked nothing like him. Nikolai's mother was tall, yes. Regal, yes. But where he was carved from ice and silence, she was colder, not the absence of warmth but the refusal of it. Like a closed door in winter. Like a queen in exile who never lost her crown. Svetlana Volkov. She arrived without announcement, without warning, just appeared in the east drawing room late in the afternoon, seated like she'd always belonged there. Wearing fur, a string of pearls, and an expression sharp enough to slice skin. I was called in like a summons. When I entered, she didn't rise. Didn't smile. Just looked me over with the kind of silence that had killed weaker women than me. "You're younger than I expected," she said. "You're colder than I expected," I replied. Her mouth didn't move, but I saw something in her eyes flicker. Approval. Maybe. Or calculation. She gestured to the chair across from her. I didn't sit. "Let's be clear," she said. "I didn't come to welcome you." Then we're off to a good start. Her fingers curled around a teacup. No trembling. No wasted movement. "I came to warn you." I waited. "Don't fall in love with him." I blinked. Of all the threats I'd expected from her, that wasn't one of them. "I won't," I said quickly. Too quickly. She smiled, the kind of smile that meant nothing. Good. Because he doesn't know what to do with love. Men like Nikolai don't love. They protect. They own. They devour. I know. She tilted her head. But you're soft. Still. No matter how you pretend. I'm not pretending, I said. And I'm not soft. She stood, slow and deliberate. Then prove it. Survive him. Our eyes locked. For a moment I saw her not as Nikolai's mother, but as the girl she once must have been, young, alone, weaponized. Then she turned and walked out. No goodbye. No blessing. Just silence. I stood there long after she left, my fists clenched and heart steady. She thought she was warning me off. But she didn't understand. I wasn't falling in love with Nikolai Volkov. I was learning how to outlive him. I found him in the study. It was late, the estate dim and quiet, the halls lit by soft amber sconces. I didn't knock. I never did anymore. He was behind the desk, sleeves rolled, shirt unbuttoned at the collar, reading over something I couldn't see. His hair was still damp from a shower, like he hadn't dried it properly. There was a glass of something untouched near his elbow. He didn't look up. I spoke to your mother, I said. He didn't answer. She told me not to fall in love with you. He flipped a page, slowly. I said I wouldn't, I added. He finally looked up then, only his eyes, not his head. And do you lie often, he asked. I clenched my jaw. Don't flatter yourself. I wouldn't love someone who treats people like pawns. You're not a pawn. I was, I snapped. You just moved me to a better side of the board. He said nothing. I stepped closer. You think you're above all of this, don't you? I said. Just because you're colder. Smarter. Quieter. You think control is the same as strength. His gaze didn't shift. But I've seen men like you, I went on. You all want the same thing. Obedience. Loyalty. Submission disguised as devotion. But not love. Never love. Because love makes you human. I stopped in front of the desk. He said nothing. Do you even feel anything at all? Still nothing. So I slapped him. Not as hard as before. But sharp. Sharp enough to sting. He didn't move. Didn't blink. He just stared at me like he was reading my bones. Then finally, quietly, he said, "More than you think." I backed away. He didn't follow. I didn't run. But the air between us cracked like a fault line. Like something shifting underground that no one could stop. And I didn't know which one of us would fall in first.
Chapter 12. Nikolai. She doesn't know what she does when she walks away from me like that. No fear. No respect. Just fire in her mouth and poison in her eyes. And still she expects to survive. I sat behind the desk long after she left, the imprint of her hand still fresh on my skin, not because it hurt, but because it didn't. Because the act was louder than the impact. Because every time she lays her hands on me like I'm not who I am, it makes something old and brutal wake up in my chest. She thinks she's cutting the leash. She doesn't realize she's tightening it. I should have dragged her back into the room. Should have reminded her who holds the walls around her, who watches her every step, who pulled her out of that rotten family house and placed her into something carved from steel and fear. I don't care about her love. I care about her obedience. Respect is currency in this world. Fear is insurance. But loyalty? That's blood. And she hasn't bled for me yet. She will. I spent the next hour alone in the gym under the west wing. Bare walls, concrete floor, thick ropes and heavier iron. No music. Just the sound of fists hitting leather and breath moving through clenched teeth. Each hit was hers. Each strike, every echo of her voice saying I felt nothing, every look she threw me like I was a man she could understand, it all burned hotter when I imagined her learning. Learning that I am not like the men who hurt her. I am worse. Because I don't hide it. Because I mean it. Because I choose to be this. And I will break every bone in the body of anyone who thinks they can teach her to fear me. That lesson belongs to me alone. By the time I made it back upstairs, my shirt was soaked in sweat and blood, not mine. One of the newer recruits had offered to spar. He won't again. He's lucky I let him walk. The halls were dark. Her room. Quiet. I stood outside her door for a second too long. Not to hesitate. Just to remind myself what she is. Mine. Not because she agrees. But because I decided. And when I decide something in this life, the world rearranges itself to fit. She will too. Even if I have to carve it into her. She came to me in silence. I didn't expect her that night. Didn't summon her. Didn't leave a message. But she showed up anyway. I was still in the gym, shirt discarded, blood crusted on my knuckles, sweat dripping from my jaw. I'd finished tearing through every punching bag, every rope, every thought in my head that even resembled restraint. And then the door creaked open. She stepped inside like the floor didn't matter. Like the blood didn't scare her. Like the heat in the air didn't press against her skin like a threat. Barefoot. Black robe. Hair unpinned. Eyes sharp. She said nothing. Just looked me over like I was the one on trial. She should have turned around. But she didn't. She walked straight to me. "You fight ghosts," she said. Flat. Cold. I didn't answer. "I thought you were all discipline and silence," she went on, circling slowly, eyeing the blood, the bruises. "But you're just like the rest of them. You break what doesn't submit." I turned toward her. Slow. Deliberate. "You think that's what this is?" I asked. "Me breaking something?" "I don't think," she said. "I see." Then she stepped closer. Too close. No hesitation. And she reached for my hand. not gently. She grabbed my bloodied fist and held it between both of hers. The bones in my hand were still hot from the impact. The skin split at the knuckles. She pressed her fingers against it, not soft, not healing. Claiming, "You don't get to pretend you're different," she said. "Not when you wear your rage like a crown." "I don't pretend anything," I said. "No," she murmured. "You perform." I should have shoved her away. I should have reminded her who I am. Instead, I let her hold my hand in both of hers like she was taking inventory of every scar I'd earned. Not in sympathy. In challenge. Like she was saying, "I know what you are and I'm still here." No tears. No softness. Just steel staring back at the monster, daring him to flinch first. And I wanted to crush her. Not out of hate. Out of instinct. Out of the deep, gnawing, rotting truth that she was starting to understand me more than anyone else ever had, and she wasn't afraid. I pulled my hand from hers and stepped back. "Get out." She didn't move. So I raised my voice. "Now." She left. Quiet. Controlled. Chin high. But she didn't slam the door. Because we both knew. That wasn't the end of the conversation. It was the start of a war.
Chapter 13. Anastasia. They thought I wasn't paying attention. They thought I was just the girl in the shadows, the bride in the velvet cage, the beautiful liability wrapped in silk and blood. But I was watching. Listening. Counting who looked away first when I entered a room. Who poured their own drink instead of offering me one. Who hesitated to speak in front of me, not out of respect, but because they didn't yet know what I'd do with what they said. I started with the smallest ones. Not the captains. Not the lieutenants. The ones just below them. Drivers. Runners. The men with no titles and no power, but access to everything. The ones Nikolai's world overlooked. The ones who owed no one loyalty, but feared power more than death. I didn't threaten. I asked questions. Innocent ones. How long have you worked for him? Do you enjoy it here? Who handled the West shipment last month? I keep forgetting his name. Always said with a smile. Casual. Forgettable. But I remembered every answer. I learned who was sleeping with whose wife. Who was skimming from which cut. Who was leaking intel to one of the rival factions just outside the city limits. I said nothing. Not yet. Because when I moved, it would be with precision. Not to betray him. To become untouchable. Not the wife of a king. The queen who didn't need permission to act. Anastasia. The meeting was supposed to be routine. Nikolai never said it out loud, but I could tell by the way he moved that night, slower, looser, less guarded. He wore a tailored gray suit instead of his usual black, no gun under the jacket, no knife at the ankle. He didn't even bring Andre. That was mistake number 1. I told him before he left. There's something off about the timing, I said, crossing my arms. The shipment is early, and Anton never deals with that port. Not without cause. Nikolai barely looked up from lacing his watch. You think Anton would cross me? I think loyalty in your world comes second to profit. That made him pause. Only for a second. Then he stood and walked past me. If you're wrong, I wasted a bullet. If you're right, I owe you a favor. That was all. Not trust. Not thanks. Just a gamble. I watched him leave with 2 men I didn't know well, young, twitchy, quiet, and waited exactly 30 minutes before making the call. Not to Nikolai. To Milena. Tell me you have someone watching Anton's crew, I said. A pause. Then I do now. The trap sprung 15 minutes later. A dockside exchange. 3 crates. 2 SUVs. 1 sniper positioned on the adjacent warehouse roof, not ours. The intel Milena's man pulled confirmed what I'd suspected. Anton had been working a second deal behind Nikolai's back, selling arms to a rival Chechen faction in exchange for territory in the south. It should have ended with a shootout. But it didn't. Because Nikolai didn't walk in blind. Because I warned him. Because he listened. He returned just after midnight, covered in cold and gunpowder, a shallow cut above his cheekbone, and blood that wasn't his drying on his collar. He found me in the solarium, exactly where I knew he would. We didn't speak. He just stood there for a long time. Then finally, "You knew." "Yes." "How?" I met his eyes without flinching. "Because I pay attention." He crossed the room slowly. Stopped in front of me. "You saved me a war." "No," I said. "I bought you time. A war's still coming." Another pause. Then just barely. "You earned something tonight." "What?" His gaze didn't waver. "My ear." He left after that. But when the doors closed behind him, I smiled. Small. Sharp. Because I didn't need his heart. I only needed his attention. And now? I had it.
Chapter 14. Nikolai. The man was already on his knees when I brought her in. Anastasia didn't ask questions. Didn't protest. Didn't even slow her steps as I guided her into the old brick chamber beneath the estate, the one I never brought outsiders to. Not lovers. Not business partners. Not family. But I brought her. Because it was time she saw what I was made of. Not the polish. Not the wealth. The root. The concrete, the rot, the blood-soaked floor I built everything on. The trader's name was Kirill. One of ours. One of mine. I'd raised him from nothing. Trained him. Fed him. Put a gun in his hand and told him where to point it. And he'd used that same hand to sell route maps to the Laptev Bratva 6 weeks ago, under the table, behind my back, and right in the middle of a weapons deal that nearly burned my entire Baltic port operation to the ground. I'd already broken his nose by the time she entered. He knelt under a single overhead light, hands bound in front, blood trailing down from a split lip. His jacket had been torn off. He wasn't begging yet. But he would. She stood just inside the door. Pale. Still. Beautiful, in a way that made my blood stay hot even after 3 hours of cleanup. I watched her eyes as she took it all in. The plastic sheeting. The industrial drain in the center of the floor. The pistol I laid on the table beside me. She said nothing. She didn't move. Good. I didn't tell her to watch. I didn't explain who Kirill was. I didn't need to. She understood the moment she looked into the man's eyes and saw it, fear. Not confusion. Not outrage. Just the sharp, quiet terror of someone who'd already accepted what was about to happen. I turned to her and asked, "Do you want to leave?" She met my gaze. No. I nodded once. Then turned back to the trader. Kirill tried to speak. I didn't. I slammed my boot into his chest and sent him sprawling onto the concrete. You did. Nikolai, please. You were paid to guard the port, not draw a map to it. I didn't sell to Laptev. No, I said. You gave the map to your cousin, who sold it for you. Which makes you a coward and a traitor. I looked back at her. She stood there, arms at her sides, not tense, not curled in on herself. Still watching. Learning. Exactly as I hoped. I picked up the gun. Checked the chamber. Loaded. I didn't need to do it. But I wanted her to hear the sound. Kirill started to cry. Don't do this. I shot him through the knee. He screamed, rolled, choked on spit. Her breath didn't catch. She didn't even blink. I saw the corner of her lip twitch. Not in fear. In calculation. She's cataloging me. Like I'd cataloged her from the start. I stepped forward and crouched beside Kirill. "Beg," I said. He did. I stood and aimed between his eyes. "Remember this," I said. Not to him. To her. Then I pulled the trigger. The body hit the floor like a dropped sack of cement. Blood spread across the tiles. She didn't look away. I turned to her. Nothing in her eyes had softened. If anything, they'd sharpened, a mirror to mine. She was breathing slowly. Measured. I walked toward her. Slow. Stopped just a foot away. I expected the question. "Why bring me here?" But she didn't ask it. What she said instead was, "How long was he betraying you?" "Long enough. You gave him too much trust. I gave him a chance to prove he could hold it." She nodded once. "Will you do that for me?" I stared at her. "I won't need to." "Because I won't betray you?" "No," I said. "Because if you do, I won't warn you first." She smiled. A razor-thin thing. Not afraid. Not offended. Just knowing. And in that moment, I didn't see the girl I'd married. I saw the woman I'd made. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to kiss her. Or keep building her into something worse. She didn't ask why I handed her the key. She just looked at it, silver, plain, engraved with a number she didn't recognize, and then back at me. Her hand was steady as she took it. "You're not curious?" I asked. She rolled the key across her palm, then slid it into her pocket. "You don't give something like this unless you're making a point," she said. "So make it." I studied her for a long moment. Not her face, her posture. The way she stood in front of me now. Not like a wife. Not like someone playing a part. Like she was waiting to be given the next layer. "I'm not asking you to carry a gun," I said. "Not yet." "That's smart. I'd use it." "You'd try." I walked across the room to the cabinet near the bookshelf. Used my print to open the panel hidden inside. The wall slid back with a click, revealing the security access hub, 3 switches, a biometric pad, and a card reader. Then I stepped aside and nodded at the wall. "That key opens the vault below the training floor. There's no label. No guards. No questions. What's in it? Anything you'd ever need to kill someone properly." She didn't even flinch. "You trust me with that?" "No," I said. "But I'm not in the habit of protecting people who stayed defenseless." She narrowed her eyes. "This isn't about defense." "No," I agreed. "It's about understanding what you are now." She crossed the room, stopped beside me. Her fingers brushed over the keypad. She didn't use it. Just tested the feel of it, like she was already building a map in her head. "You think giving me weapons means I'll serve you better," she said. "No," I said. "It means you'll survive longer." She stared at the screen for another moment, then turned back to me. "Why me?" she asked. "That again." I walked closer. Not enough to touch her. Just enough that the space between us stopped breathing. "Because I saw what you were before you did," I said. "And because I'm not afraid of what you'll become." She didn't smile. Didn't thank me. Just nodded once and left with the key still in her pocket. And for the first time, I felt the strange weight of knowing exactly how this would end. Not in betrayal. Not in blood. But in the moment, I'd give her an order. And she'd be powerful enough to ignore it.
Chapter 15. Anastasia. The dress I wore wasn't mine. It belonged to the closet in the guest wing. One of the pieces Milena had forced into my wardrobe when I moved in. Too soft, too delicate, too expensive. Ivory silk slid up the side, off the shoulder. Like I was meant to be paraded. I wore it anyway. Not for him. For the control. I walked barefoot down the West Wing hallway, the carpet cool against my skin, a half-finished glass of vodka in my hand, and no destination in mind. The estate was mostly asleep. Only a few guards were posted at night, and they'd been trained to look away when I passed. Good. I didn't want eyes tonight. Didn't want attention. I just wanted to feel something. Anything that didn't have teeth. The news had come that morning. My father had been arrested. Corruption. Trafficking. Weapons. Charges stacked like bricks. I hadn't read the report. I hadn't needed to. Nikolai handed me the folder with his usual disinterest, as if it were just another detail in a growing pile of irrelevant things. He'll be locked up by the end of the week, he said. If he makes it that long. I didn't cry. Not then. Not when I'd been trained by that man to expect nothing but control, silence, and bruises hidden under long sleeves. But now? Now the vodka wasn't cutting it. Now I was walking aimlessly through this cold palace like a ghost in silk, heart beating too loud in my ribs, eyes hot for no reason I could name. I wasn't mourning him. I was mourning the finality. Because if he was gone, there was no more version of me to go back to. The girl I was, buried with him. And what was left? This woman in silk and silence. Someone sharp. Someone Nikolai hadn't broken, but had started to build. I reached the music room before I realized where I was. The baby grand sat under low lights, untouched. Covered in dust no one ever noticed. A relic from some earlier version of the house. I sat down on the bench. Touched the keys. They were cold. I didn't play. I couldn't. But I sat there for a long time, staring at my reflection in the lacquered lid, wondering what part of me had survived this far without ever learning how to grieve properly. I didn't hear him come in. I didn't need to. The shift in the air told me first. Heavy. Still. Like the space between breaths just before a bullet rips through it. I didn't look up from the keys. Did you kill him? I asked. Silence behind me. Then footsteps slow and measured crossing the marble. I didn't have to. But you wanted to. Another pause. Then yes. I nodded once. It wasn't surprising. Nikolai rarely did things unless he wanted to. Duty was never his motivator, ownership was. He'll rot in a cage, he said. That's better than he gave you. I still didn't look at him. My fingers hovered above the keys, not playing. Just listening to the weight in my hands. I should be happy, I said. I should feel free. Do you? I shook my head. Because freedom wasn't as clean as it sounded. It didn't come with wind and sunlight and clear skies. It came with silence. With a slow, creeping numbness in your chest that told you the war might be over, but the wreckage was yours to live with. I stood. Turned. He was closer than I thought. I looked him straight in the eyes and said, I don't know who I am without someone to fight. He stepped toward me. One pace. Then, another. No one worth keeping is easy to name. I exhaled, shaky, bitter. Then I did something I hadn't done since I was a child. I moved. Not like a soldier. Not like a wife. Not like anything sharp. I lifted my arms. Raised them like I remembered from some distant lesson long ago, one of the ones they forced on Mafia daughters to make them graceful. And I danced. Alone. Barefoot. No music. Just me. The silk of the dress brushing my legs. My hair loosening as I turned. My breath thick as I spun once, twice faster until the room blurred. Until I couldn't think. Until everything broke loose. My chest cracked. The tears came before I could stop them, hot, soundless, a flood I'd held back since the day I was old enough to realize I wasn't safe in my own home. And still I danced. Like I was trying to outpace the grief. Like if I kept moving, I wouldn't drown in it. Then arms caught me. Strong. Unyielding. Nikolai pulled me into him, hard, and for once he didn't say anything. He didn't touch me like I was something to claim. He didn't move like a man who needed to own anything. He just held me. My fists gripped his shirt. And for the first time in my life, I let someone stay while I fell apart.
Chapter 16. Nikolai. She broke in my arms and didn't apologize for it. Good. I wouldn't have accepted it if she did. Her body was trembling against mine, not weak, not collapsing, just stripped bare. Real. The way people only are when everything else has been burned away. I held her tighter. Not gently, but firmly. Like if I let go, she'd scatter into pieces across the marble, and I'd never be able to put her back together again. I didn't whisper to her. I didn't say it's okay, or you're safe, or any of the other soft lies people feed the broken to soothe them. That wasn't what she needed. She didn't want comfort. She wanted truth. And the truth was, this world would never stop taking from her. Not unless she learned how to make it choke on what it tried to swallow. When the shaking slowed, I finally spoke. I didn't protect you from your father, I said. But I will protect you from what comes next. She didn't lift her head. But I felt her fingers tighten in my shirt. He's not the only one who wanted to keep you powerless. Her breath hitched. I saw what he did to you, I said. And I see what it made you. I pulled back, just enough to look at her. Her eyes were red but dry. Jaw tight. Chest still rising fast. You're not soft, I said. You're unfinished. And you think you'll finish me? She asked, voice raw. No, I said. I think you'll finish yourself. I just want a front row seat. That earned the ghost of a smile. Small. Feral. Then she shoved away from me, walked to the bar, and poured herself another glass of vodka with a hand that barely shook. She knocked it back and said, If I'm going to rebuild, I'll need fire. I stared at her, pulse steady, something darker rising under my skin. You already are one. And this time, she didn't walk away. She stayed. Right where I wanted her. Nikolai. I should have left her alone. She would have preferred that. Let her cry, dry her own tears, crawl back into that armor she wears too tight, and convince herself no one saw anything she didn't mean to show. But I didn't. Instead, I waited. I stood in the hallway just outside the music room, back against the stone wall, arms crossed, watching the flicker of movement under the door. I heard nothing. Not anymore. No sobs. No broken breathing. No more dancing on splintered nerves. Just silence again. Her kind of silence, heavy. Pressurized. Dangerous. 10 minutes passed. Then 20. She didn't come out. So I went back in. She hadn't moved from the bench. Still barefoot. Still in the ivory silk dress. Her back was to me, shoulders tense but no longer shaking. Her head was slightly bowed, like the piano itself was holding her in place. She didn't turn when I entered. She didn't speak. I walked to the bar in the corner of the room, poured 2 fingers of vodka, and sat across from her. I didn't hand her the glass. I didn't need to. She stood, moved to the bar in a single slow step, and took it herself. Her hand barely trembled this time. I watched her drink it, one clean motion, then lean against the edge of the counter with her arms crossed, like she needed something to hold her together that wasn't me. I let the silence breathe. Then I said, He was never going to survive you. She blinked. But she didn't ask who I meant. She knew. She turned slightly to face me. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but dry now. Cold again, the way she liked them. She asked, Are you trying to comfort me? No. Good. She stepped toward me, slowly, until we were 2 feet apart. I don't need comfort, she said. I need control. You'll have it. Do you promise? I tilted my head. No. I don't make promises I don't intend to keep. She nodded once, then passed by me, returned to the couch, and sat, not slumped, not curled up, composed. Back straight, ankles crossed. Like the chaos never touched her. Like she hadn't shattered on the floor in front of me an hour ago. I walked to the chair across from her and sat. You want to talk about him? I asked. No, she said. I want to talk about what comes next. She was done mourning. I saw it in her eyes. Not healed, just finished with the inconvenience of grief. That was what made her lethal. She didn't process pain. She absorbed it, compressed it, made it into something sharp and invisible, then hid it in the folds of her voice and her stare. I leaned forward. The Novikovs reached out again, I said. They've been trying to arrange a conversation. Milena intercepted a message sent to you 2 days ago, hidden in a letter from one of your cousins. She didn't blink. Why didn't you tell me then? I wanted to see if you'd admit they still had access. She tilted her head, mocking. Is this the part where you accuse me of conspiring against you? No, I said. This is the part where I let you show me what you'll do about it. She smiled. Not wide. Just enough. I'll have a message delivered back, she said. One of my cousins is married to a banker in Sevastopol. We'll leak that the Laptev Bratva has an opening in their southern distribution line. I raised an eyebrow. A lie. A tempting one, she said. If they take the bait, you'll know who's hungry. If they don't, you'll know who's smart. And if they don't bite at all, then they're already fed, which means someone else is supplying them. That's a bigger problem. I watched her for a long moment, then nodded. Write it. I already did. Of course she had. We spoke for another hour. No softness. Just strategy. Like two generals seated across the war table, measuring maps and debt and blood. She didn't cry again. She didn't look at me like I'd saved her. And I didn't expect her to. When she finally stood, she straightened the hem of her dress, ran a hand through her hair, and turned to go. At the door she paused, then looked back at me over her shoulder. I still hate you, she said. I know. She left. And I let her. Because I didn't want her love. I wanted her like this, sharp-coiled, dangerous. Untouchable. Mine.
Chapter 17. Anastasia. I didn't sleep. Not because I couldn't. Because I didn't want to. Sleep was surrender. Sleep meant peace. Sleep was something I'd learned to treat like a liability. I stayed awake in the chair near the fireplace in my room, knees pulled to my chest, the robe tight around me. The flames were low, nearly dead, casting long gold shadows on the walls. My eyes didn't move from them. I kept thinking of the way Nikolai had looked at me before I left the library. Not with pity. Not with concern. With acceptance. Like he finally saw what I was willing to become, and it pleased him. The terrifying part? It pleased me too. By dawn, I was dressed again. Black turtleneck. Slim trousers. Boots. Knife strapped beneath the hem. I stood in front of the mirror for 3 full minutes, staring into my own eyes. No mascara. No lipstick. I didn't want to be beautiful. I wanted to be recognizable. When I finally left the room, the halls were quiet. I passed one of the guards, Alexei. He gave a nod. Didn't ask where I was going. He knew better now. I didn't go to the kitchen. Didn't go to the gardens. I went to the training floor, the one beneath the estate, locked and wired into Nikolai's internal systems. The room I had the key to now. The room I hadn't touched. Until today. The vault opened like a tomb. Steel walls. Organized rows. Racks of firearms, knives, surveillance tech, stacks of documents I knew weren't meant for any court. I walked past all of it. I didn't need weapons yet. I needed understanding. I found it on the shelf marked with a symbol I recognized from Nikolai's crest. A flat box. Sealed. Digital lock. I keyed it open using the code he gave me, a test he didn't know I'd pass on the first try. Inside files. Intel. People. Names of everyone who had ever stood in Nikolai's inner circle. Former enemies. Current allies. Potential threats. And mine. My name. My file. The photo was recent, only weeks old. Taken from a distance, outside the estate. A surveillance shot. Notes beneath it, scribbled in Nikolai's handwriting. Unpredictable. Intelligent. High risk. Do not underestimate. Watch for fracture points. I read it twice. Then closed the box. And smiled. I returned the key to the exact spot he'd left it on my nightstand weeks ago. No note. No message. Just placement. I wanted him to see that I understood what the key really was. Not access. Not power. Responsibility. And if he thought I'd use it like a weapon, he was right. But not the way he expected. Because I wasn't here to burn everything down. I was here to choose what survived the fire. Nikolai. I found the key before I found her. Right where I'd left it weeks ago, on the nightstand beside her bed. Except this time it wasn't a gift. It was a message. She'd returned it without a word, without ceremony. She hadn't locked the door. She hadn't tried to hide what she'd done. That alone told me everything I needed to know. She'd opened the vault. She'd read what was inside. She knew I'd documented her. Studied her. Calculated the risk she posed. And instead of confronting me, she returned the key. I sat on the edge of her bed and stared at it. One small piece of metal. Silent. Still. More dangerous than most men I'd buried. I could have been angry. I wasn't. I could have called her in. I didn't. Instead, I stayed there for a long time, the early light creeping across the floor like a slow blade, and asked myself a question I hadn't considered in years. What happens when something you thought you owned starts rewriting the rules you built? She didn't come to breakfast. Didn't call. Didn't need to. When I stepped into the control room 2 floors below the east wing, the techs were already flinching. "Where is she?" I asked. One of the younger ones stammered. She went down to the archive level, sir. About 40 minutes ago. She take anything? No, sir. Just looked. I scanned the screens. She wasn't in view anymore. I disabled the recording on the lower level with one code. She'd earned that much. For now. I found her in the courtyard near the south gate just after 10. She was standing by the old fountain, arms crossed, face to the wind. The sky was gray. Cold. Sharp. The kind of morning that made lesser people stay inside. She didn't move when I stepped behind her. "You're predictable," she said. "You're invasive." She turned her head slightly. "You left that file where you knew I'd find it." "No," I said. "I left it where only you would look." She didn't deny it. Didn't apologize either. She just said, "High risk?" I stepped beside her. Still accurate. I returned the key. "You used it first. Wouldn't you?" I stared out at the stone courtyard. The frozen fountain. The perimeter guards posted just beyond the wall. I would have changed the locks. She smiled faintly. "That's because you don't trust anyone." I looked at her. Dead serious. "I trust you." She scoffed. "You trust me like a loaded gun on your nightstand." Exactly. She didn't argue. She didn't soften. And that, more than anything, told me we were past the point of pretending this was something it wasn't. This wasn't partnership. This was war played in slow motion, between two people who understood how to hurt and how to survive. And now? Now we were choosing to survive together. Chapter 18. Anastasia. The night tasted like metal. Not blood, not wine. Not the soft rot of old velvet that clung to the estate's curtains. But metal, sharp, cold, and permanent. The way a blade feels when it rests against the inside of your wrist. A promise without a warning. That's what Nikolai's words were to me. I trust you like a loaded gun on my nightstand. He thought he was being clever. Men like him always did, wielding metaphors like knives, never realizing the woman holding the real blade already had hers pointed at their back. So I smiled. I smiled that razor-thin, silence hums too loud smile that only women like me know how to wear. And then I got to work. It started with slippers. Not weapons. Not poison. Slippers. Soft gray, forgettable. The kind that the housekeepers wore, the ones they changed into just past the servants' staircase near the kitchen. The ones the guards never noticed. Because no one ever watched the invisible. I took them from an unattended locker at 3:43 a.m., while the security rotation switched outside, and Nikolai's estate was a half-second quieter than usual. I wore them with the plain black dress I'd hidden under a stack of towels in my closet. My hair tied back. No makeup. No jewelry. I walked like I belonged, head down, footsteps silent, slipping through the south corridor without the cameras catching anything but a blur. I had 43 minutes. The kitchen boy's name was Lev. Barely 20, loyal to Nikolai's cook, terrified of breaking glass. He wasn't a soldier. He wasn't built for war. Which made him perfect. I caught him smoking behind the greenhouse, hoodie zipped to his neck, cigarette trembling between two fingers. He saw me panicked, eyes wide, mouth open like he might scream. He didn't. Because I didn't give him time. I need a favor, I said. His cigarette dropped. He tried to say no. Of course he did. He babbled about Nikolai's rules, about cameras, about what happened to the last guy who snuck out without permission. I let him talk. And when he finally wound down, eyes darting toward the house like a rabbit looking for its hole, I stepped forward. Lev, I said. You're going to do this for me. He swallowed. And do you know why? He shook his head. I smiled, that slow, awful smile I'd learned from watching my father lie to ministers and mistresses alike. Because I'm going to be queen of this house, I said softly. And you'll want me to remember your name. It wasn't betrayal. Not yet. I wasn't selling Nikolai out. I was buying freedom. Lev slipped the phone into my palm, wrapped in a clean napkin. Disposable. Burned IMEI. No connection to the estate's secure lines. I tested the signal once. Bars full. Then I gave him my word, the one thing I didn't give freely. You'll never speak of this, I said. He nodded. Not to Nikolai. Not to anyone. Another nod. I tucked the phone beneath my dress, against my thigh, secured with surgical tape I'd stolen from the medicine cabinet. Just in case. The next step was the staff. Power wasn't about screaming. It was about how people bent their schedules around your silences. I began with Irena, the head maid, sharp-eyed and old enough to remember when the Volkov family didn't need to whisper to make the walls shake. She didn't like me. But she respected control. And I showed it. Breakfast will be at 7, I said 2 mornings later, cool and flat. I'll take tea in the east sunroom. She blinked once. I didn't wait for confirmation. I walked away. Then the gardener. Then the woman who ran the linens. Small commands. Precision cuts. They obeyed. Not because they feared me. but because they saw what I was becoming. Then came the test. His name was Luka. One of Nikolai's guards. Late 20s. Quiet. Sharp. The kind of quiet that wasn't loyalty, just observation. I'd seen him linger outside my door longer than the others. Never staring. Just waiting. Watching. So I gave him something to watch. I approached him in the hallway near the library, 10:15 p.m. No one else around. "Is there a problem, Luka?" I asked. His jaw flexed. "No, Mrs. Volkov." I took a step closer. Close enough to smell the faint scent of gun oil and soap. "You've been posted here 3 nights in a row. It's my assignment." "Who gave it to you?" A pause. "Mr. Volkov." Lies. Nikolai hadn't moved the rotation since last week. I'd memorized the pattern. I let the silence grow teeth. Then very softly I said, "You have a choice." Luka straightened slightly. "Loyalty to Nikolai," I said. "Or loyalty to the woman Nikolai sleeps beside." He didn't flinch. But he didn't answer. And that was enough. I smiled. "Good," I said. "Then we understand each other." Later that night, I stood alone in the dressing room, staring at my reflection. The dress was black velvet. The sleeves sharp at the wrist. My hair was pulled back in a way that felt less like fashion and more like armor. Nikolai hadn't seen this version of me yet. The one who could smile at a man while plotting how to undo him with a whisper. He thought I was a gun on his nightstand. But guns only shoot in one direction. I wasn't a weapon. I was the hand that pulled the trigger. By morning, the staff had started calling me Mrs. Volkov without prompting. Luka shadowed my steps at a slightly closer distance. And Lev left a folded note beneath the sugar jar on the breakfast tray. Contact confirmed. Meeting possible. Next step? I burned it in the sink. Nikolai didn't ask where I'd been. But that night, he kissed me differently. Not soft. Not hard. Calculated. Like he smelled the shift in the air and didn't know yet what it meant. Good. Let him wonder. Let him trust me like the loaded gun beside his bed. Because I was already cocked. And I never missed. Anastasia. It was snowing again. Not the gentle kind, not postcard flakes. This was the kind of snow that came sideways, hard, angry, slashing through the air like it had a vendetta. I watched it from the backseat of a nondescript Volvo, engine idling beneath me, heat barely keeping the frost from crawling up the glass. Lev sat beside me, fingers white on the wheel. Sweat beaded at his temple. "I shouldn't be here," he muttered. "No," I agreed, voice flat. "But you are?" He swallowed hard. The meeting point was a shipping container yard, 5 kilometers outside Moscow near the water. No one came out here unless they were dropping off bodies or picking up favors too dirty for daylight. I liked it. The cold helped. It scraped the nerves clean. I adjusted the black scarf over my head not to hide, just to look ordinary. My coat was long wool, oversized. Functional. Not pretty. Not something Nikolai would have picked for me. Good. He didn't get to dress the woman who might one day ruin him. A flash of headlights blinked twice across the far lot. Lev jumped. I didn't move. "That's the signal," he whispered. "You have 10 minutes. "Don't wait here," I said, already opening the door. "Loop the block twice, then return. If I'm not back." He hesitated. "If I'm not back," I repeated, "burn the phone." He nodded, face pale. I stepped into the snow. The container was red. A rusted monolith, tucked between 2 blue ones like a tumor in a healthy body. The wind howled between the rows, rattling metal like bones. He was already inside. I slipped through the narrow entrance without knocking, boot steps silent. The air smelled like oil and cigarettes. He turned when I entered, early 30s, thick build, shaven head, knuckles scarred from a dozen old fights and none of them clean. No coat. Just a gray hoodie, and the kind of eyes that had watched people die without flinching. "Morozova," he said. "Didn't think you'd show." "You're late," I said. He smiled. "You're ballsy. Make it useful." He laughed once. Low. Rough. Then nodded to the makeshift table in the center. A slab of metal bolted to a crate, 2 thermoses resting on top. "I brought tea," he said. "In case this was friendly." "It's not." He sat. I stayed standing. His name was Maxim Baranov, a former lieutenant in the Orlovskaya group, burned off after a failed hijacking 3 years ago. Rumor said he survived a purge by turning over 2 captains to a federal handler, then disappeared before anyone could confirm. Now he worked for himself. Mostly. Dangerous. Unaligned. Exactly what I needed. "You want out," he said, pouring himself tea without offering me any. "Or you want over?" "Neither," I said. He cocked his head. "You're not here for asylum?" "No." He sipped. "Then what, princess? You trying to cut your husband's throat before the wedding night?" I smiled without humor. If I wanted him dead, he'd already be rotting. That got his attention. He set the thermos down slowly. "Then why call me?" "Because Nikolai Volkov has enemies. And they're all too scared to move." "Except me," he said. "No," I corrected. "You're desperate enough to bet against him." He let out a breath. "That's not the same thing. It is when your debt to the Chechens hits the 7 figures, and the only territory you have left is a strip club in Smolensk run by teenagers with knives." He blinked. I let it land. "I'd done my homework." "You don't want money," I said. "You want relevance." "And what are you offering?" "Proximity." His jaw flexed. I stepped closer, careful, deliberate. "I am in Nikolai's house. At his table. In his bed." He raised a brow. "I heard you haven't even fucked him yet." I didn't blink. "Maybe not. But I've learned something." He leaned in, almost unconsciously. "What's that?" "Everyone wants to own Nikolai Volkov," I said, voice low. "But no one's ever tried to use him." He didn't laugh this time. He just watched me. "You want to be my handler?" he asked. "No," I said. "I want a back door." "To what?" "2 options." He smirked. "Insurance? Leverage. And you want me to hold it?" "No," I said again. "I want you to build it." Silence pulsed between us. Then Maxim leaned back in his chair. "You've got balls, I'll give you that. I don't need credit." "No," he said. "You need protection." "I have protection." He raised a brow. "From Nikolai. From everyone else." He chuckled. "You think I'd survive a single whisper of this?" "You won't whisper," I said. "You'll wait. And when the time comes, if it comes, you'll already be in position." His eyes narrowed. "What do you want, exactly?" "A listening post," I said. "A contact. A route out, if necessary. Weapons, if I ask. Eyes on Mikhail Morozov's people. And a firewall." He stared. "You're planning to bring him down," he said, voice quiet now. "No," I said. "I'm planning to outlive him." We shook hands once. Not warmly. Not like partners. Like predators agreeing not to bite yet. He slipped me a second burner phone, encrypted, offline. I checked it before pocketing it inside my bra, where no one could search without permission. "Your man outside," he said as I turned to leave. "Lev? What about him?" "He's weak." "I know. Someone finds out." "They won't. But if they do." I didn't hesitate. "I'll put a bullet in his mouth myself." Lev didn't speak when I got back into the car. I didn't look at him. Not for the entire ride home. The estate was quiet. Snow clung to the windows like salt on a wound. I peeled off the coat, stashed the phone, and walked barefoot into the hall. No one saw me. No alarms. No questions. But when I reached the top of the stairs, Nikolai was there. At the far end of the corridor. Leaning against the wall. Black shirt, cuffs undone, no tie. Watching me. The way a wolf watches tracks in the snow. He didn't speak. I didn't stop. I walked past him, slow, steady, heart pounding hard enough to hear in my throat. He didn't touch me. But I felt the air shift. He knew something. Not what. Not yet. But something. Let him suspect. Let him circle. He trusted me like a loaded gun. And tonight? I pulled the safety off.
Chapter 19. Nikolai. The first sign she was lying was how quiet she'd become. Not the silence of submission. I would have smelled that like rot. No, Anastasia's silence had a rhythm. A tempo. The kind of silence that screamed between every measured footstep, every polite nod to staff, every smile that didn't touch her eyes. She was hiding something. And it wasn't fear. It was control. Mikhail's voice grated through the receiver like gravel. You're late. I didn't look at the clock. You're lucky I answer at all. He huffed. We agreed to speak twice a week. We agreed, I said, that I wouldn't rip your spine out if you stayed useful. Silence. Then, the Petrov deal is unraveling. Good. You call that good? I call it predictable. Mikhail had always believed he was playing chess. What he didn't understand was that the rest of us were playing with loaded guns and landmines. He wanted Petrov's allegiance for status. I wanted them gone. Stay out of the Petrov family's orbit, I said. They were your allies once. They were my father's allies, I corrected. And Semyon isn't in charge anymore. Another beat of silence. Then, in a tone thick with venom, neither am I. That at least was true. I ended the call without goodbye. Downstairs, the library door was ajar again. That was new. Anastasia usually closed things behind her, not out of tidiness, but to keep people guessing what she was doing behind them. This time, she wanted me to see. I stepped in. The books she'd borrowed from the top shelves were back. But not in the same order. Not the same dust. She'd learned something in those pages, about family alliances, marriage contracts, and Bratva succession law. And she'd put the books back like nothing had changed. Except everything had. Milena found me outside 2 hours later. She didn't knock. She never did. You need to deal with the internal council, she said, arms folded, black coat blending into the shadows. They're panicking. About you. She stepped closer. You've stopped returning calls. You're not attending gatherings. You skipped Anton's engagement dinner. He took it as an insult. It was. She raised a brow. He's weak, I said. And I don't reward weakness. He's connected, she countered. So was our cousin, Kirill. Look where that got him. Kirill's dead. Exactly. She didn't argue. Milena didn't waste time on morality. She stepped closer to the window and watched the snow fall in the courtyard. She's planning something, she said quietly. I didn't have to ask who. I watched Anastasia earlier that morning, in the greenhouse, talking to Irena about flower arrangements for a wedding she claimed to hate. Her hands moved like a queen's. Her eyes watched like a killer's. She's a Morozova, I said. Milena looked at me. No, she said. She's something else. My father would have had her broken by now. But Semyon was gone. Sitting in a foreign mansion, losing himself in whiskey and outdated war stories. I hadn't spoken to him in a year. Not since I told him I wouldn't be his puppet. You'll ruin everything, he'd said. She'll ruin you. She's not the problem, I replied. You are. And now? I wasn't sure either of us had been right. The next morning, I found Luca waiting in the corridor outside the cellar stairs. He didn't flinch when I approached. Report, I said. She left the estate 2 nights ago. Briefly. Disguised. My chest went still. Where? Shipping yard. Outside the city. Met with a man for approximately 10 minutes. Then returned. No evidence of tracking. Name? Unknown. Did she take protection? No. That told me 2 things. 1, she didn't trust anyone here. 2, she didn't think she'd need protection. Why didn't you report it immediately? Luca hesitated. Then said, because I wasn't sure if you wanted her shadowed or tested. I stared at him. His voice didn't tremble. Smart bastard. Continue observing, I said. Nothing more. And if anyone asks. It never happened, he finished. I nodded once. Then walked away. The rest of the day passed like a blade pressed too close to skin. I didn't ask Anastasia about the meeting. Not yet. Instead, I watched her. She moved through the house like it belonged to her now. The staff obeyed her without hesitation. Even Milena had stopped mocking her and started listening. That was the most dangerous sign. Respect born from violence was expected. But this was power by infection. By will. By presence. And it was working. Dinner was quiet. She didn't speak, unless prompted. She didn't make eye contact. And yet, every man at that table watched her like she might kill them next. Including me. She stood without a word when the last course was cleared, paused behind my chair and said just loud enough for me to hear. You should talk to your father. Then left the room. I stared at the empty glass in my hand. I hadn't mentioned him in months. Which meant someone else had. And I was starting to realize. Anastasia wasn't collecting weapons. She was collecting ghosts. Milena found me again that night, this time in the armory. I was cleaning my pistol. Not because it needed it, but because I did. She's building a network, she said. She's surviving. She's preparing, Milena said. Not for war. For succession. I paused. She stepped closer. You're the Volkov heir. But you're unstable. Isolated. You cut out the old guard, you humiliate the council, you don't answer to anyone. That's the point. She's building a version of you that people will answer to. I looked up. Milena smiled faintly. She's not trying to destroy you, she said. She's preparing to replace you. I didn't sleep. Not because I was afraid, but because I couldn't decide what scared me more. That she was becoming something unstoppable. Or that I wanted her to.
Chapter 20. Anastasia. The sound of the piano was wrong. I stood just outside the West Salon, one hand resting against the carved doorframe, listening. Someone was playing it, someone good. But not careful. The notes were too sharp. The tempo dragged in places, rushed in others. It was a performance without joy. A piece composed for control, not comfort. Milena. I stepped inside without announcing myself. She didn't stop playing. Her back was straight, arms sharp and elegant as she moved across the keys like a surgeon making an incision. Black blouse, black slacks, black expression. The room smelled like cigar smoke and betrayal. You're early, she said. I wasn't invited. Exactly. She struck the last note with too much force. Let it hang in the silence like a broken tooth. Then she turned. You met with Maxim Baranov. I didn't flinch. I meet with whoever I want. She stood slow. He's unstable. So is everyone in this family. You're not family, Milena said. I took a step closer. Then stop acting like my sister-in-law. Her eyes narrowed. What are you doing, Anastasia? Learning. Learning what? How to survive your brother. She laughed once, dry and joyless. He doesn't want to destroy you. No, I said. He wants to own me. You think this is about ownership? I think men like him always pretend it isn't. Until you tried to leave. She tilted her head. And you're planning to? I didn't answer. She walked past me, poured herself a glass of something amber and strong and handed me one. Careful, I said. I might poison it. Milena smiled. That's why I poured yours first. We drank in silence. The fire hissed. The snow outside the tall windows made everything feel quieter than it was. She leaned against the mantel. Mikhail called again. My stomach turned, but my face stayed still. What did he want? To remind us he still exists. He doesn't. Nikolai thinks otherwise. I finished the drink in one swallow. He said something strange, she added. What? That he's not the only one you betrayed. The words landed like a blade slipped under skin. I kept my expression blank. Your mother's side, Milena said. There's a rumor she had blood ties to the Zima family. I stared at her. Milena raised a brow. Was she really a Morozova? I didn't answer. Because I wasn't sure I could. The next morning, I asked Irena for the guest list. Not for the wedding. For the dinner 2 nights from now, the one Nikolai was hosting for the Volkov family elders. The same cowards who whispered about me, behind silk napkins and polished crystal. She hesitated before handing it over. Too long. Someone had told her to keep it from me. I smiled and took it anyway. 4 names stood out. One I'd expected, Anton Volkov. 2 I recognized from Milena's warnings. But the 4th? Semyon. His father. Still alive. Still playing ghost. He hadn't stepped foot in this house in over a year. Hadn't spoken publicly since Nikolai took full control of the Bratva factions. Now he was coming back. For me. I found Nikolai in the east corridor, overlooking the garden through one of those tall stained glass windows that looked beautiful until you realized they let no light in. He didn't turn when I approached. You invited your father, I said. Silence. I stepped beside him. Why? I want him to see what I've built. You want his approval? He glanced at me. No, he said. I want him to see how little I need it. I folded the list in half. He'll test me. He'll lose. You're that confident? I'm that prepared. I watched him a moment longer. He didn't blink. Didn't show anything. But I saw it. Beneath the mask. Tension. Because Semyon wasn't like Mikhail. He didn't throw threats like tantrums. He buried them. Quietly. Permanently. That night, I called Maxim again. 3 rings. Did you know Nikolai's father is still alive? I asked. He laughed. Alive? He's more dangerous than ever. I want you to find out who he speaks to. That's a long list. Cut it. Maxim hesitated. What are you planning? Nothing. Liar? I didn't deny it. Does Nikolai know you're using me? He asked. No. Maxim chuckled. Then maybe we're both dead already. I hung up. Stared out the window as snow fell over the garden paths. Somewhere below, one of Nikolai's guards was watching. But not for me. Not really. They were watching the perimeter. Watching for enemies. But the real threat wasn't outside. It was already in the house. Breathing. Scheming. Bleeding into the wallpaper. By midnight, I was back in the library. Same chair. Same book. Different war. The words on the page were sharp now. Not history. Instruction. The first step to control was visibility. The second was inevitability. And I was becoming both. Even if it meant setting this entire family on fire to do it. The dress was blood red. Not metaphorically, not wine, not crimson, not some poetic shade meant to flatter. It was the color of war. Of open wounds. Of something sacred dying slow. I wore it on purpose. Not because Nikolai asked me to, he hadn't said a word. But because I wanted the first time Semyon Volkov laid eyes on me to taste like warning. He arrived late. Of course. Like royalty returning to a kingdom he'd abandoned. Black coat, walking stick he didn't need, white beard trimmed too clean for someone claiming to be irrelevant. His smile never reached his eyes. None of them did. The table had already filled with the other elders, Anton, Gregor, Ivan the fence, and Milena in the center like a judge deciding who would die first. Nikolai stood when his father entered. So did the room. Except me. I didn't move. Didn't shift. Didn't blink. Semyon looked at me and saw it immediately. I wasn't here to be claimed. I was here to collect. He walked the length of the table, nodding to no one, eyes fixed only on me. When he stopped behind the seat directly across from mine, I finally offered him a smile. The kind that cut. Semyon sat. The room did too. Only Nikolai remained standing, tall, cold, unreadable. His voice carried like a blade. Let's begin. No toasts. No blessings. No prayers. Just knives under linen. The food was traditional, blini, caviar, cured meats cut so thin they vanished on the tongue. I didn't touch a bite. Neither did Semyon. We stared across the table like two wolves meeting at the edge of a kill. You've made quite a name for yourself, he said eventually, slicing into a sliver of salmon with surgical calm. I was given one, I replied. Then I made it worth remembering. Someone coughed. Anton shifted in his chair. Gregor studied his wine. Semyon leaned back, amused. She talks like a widow. Better than acting like one, I said. Nikolai didn't interrupt. He didn't even flinch. Because he knew what this was. A test. Not of loyalty, of power. Your father's still alive, Semyon said, voice casual. So are your enemies, I replied. Not sure which is more embarrassing. Laughter from Milena, sharp and cold. Semyon's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. Closer to recognition. I had passed the first gate. Now came the second. You think this family needs a queen? He asked. No, I said. It needs a reminder. Of what? That kings can bleed too. This time no one laughed. Not even Milena. Nikolai's glass hit the table. A sharp sound. Deliberate. But still no words. He let me burn. He let me build. Let Semyon test the teeth of the creature he married. The old man stared at me a moment longer. Then nodded once and returned to his meal. And I knew what that meant. He didn't like me. But he understood me. And in this world, that was the closest thing to love. By dessert, half the room looked like they wanted to disappear. The other half looked like they wanted me dead. Perfect. I leaned in toward Nikolai as the staff cleared the final plates. He's watching us, I said. He always is. Not for weakness. I know. I turned toward him slowly, close enough that only he would hear the next words. Then stop giving it to him. Nikolai's jaw flexed. No smile. No reply. Just the spark of something in his eyes. Hurt? No. Pride? Not that either. It was recognition of what I was becoming. And maybe, just maybe, fear. Good. Let them all learn to fear me. Especially the man who put a ring on my finger and thought that meant I was his. Because the moment they let me into this family, it stopped being theirs. It became mine.
Chapter 21. Nikolai. The silence after the dinner was louder than anything said at the table. I stood alone in the corridor outside the dining hall, watching the shadows stretch long across the marble. My hands were in my pockets. My mouth tasted like iron. Not from blood. From restraint. She'd won. Not the war, not yet. But that round. Anastasia had slit it open with a smile and served it to my father on silver. And I'd let her. Because I wanted to see if she could. Because part of me, the brutal buried part, liked watching her outmaneuver men who once tried to break me. Still, liking it didn't mean forgiving it. She humiliated Semyon Volkov. And that would have a price. Whether I let her pay it, that was the question I hadn't answered yet. He came to me after the others left. No guards. No cane. No warmth. Just his voice, low and unfinished like a wound that never scabbed. You made a mistake. I didn't look at him. You came late. I should have come sooner. Too late now. He stood beside me, arms folded behind his back. The stance of a general. Of a man who still believed he gave orders in a world that no longer listened. She's not one of us, he said. No, I agreed. She's better. He turned then. Not slowly. Not with age. With fury. She's a Morozova. She's mine. No, he snapped. She's waiting to be yours. And you're too blind to see the blade she's holding behind her back. I finally turned. Looked him dead in the eye. I see the blade, I said. I gave it to her. That stopped him. Not because he was surprised, but because he finally understood. He hadn't built a son. He'd built a successor. And I'd built something else. A weapon wrapped in lace and venom. He straightened like it hurt to stand beside me. She'll ruin you. Then I'll deserve it. He didn't stay after that. Didn't offer a final threat or a father's warning. Just walked down the hallway like a ghost who realized the house was no longer his. Later, I found her in the winter garden. Still in the red dress. Bare arms. No coat. She didn't look cold. She looked waiting. Not like prey. Like the storm that comes after you realize you survived the wrong thing. I stood behind her. Said nothing. She spoke first. Did he threaten you? No. Then he's planning something. I know. She turned slow. Eyes sharp enough to leave scars. You're not angry? I stepped closer. Anger is for men with something to lose. And you. I leaned in, lips inches from hers. I only ever lose on purpose. She didn't blink. Didn't flinch. She stepped back before I could kiss her. Not because she feared it. Because she wanted me to chase. Not her body. Her power. She didn't understand yet. I already was. I found Milena in the West Wing an hour later. She was cleaning a gun. Which meant something was wrong. Tell me, I said. She didn't look up. He's not leaving Moscow. My jaw locked. Semyon. He's meeting with Anton. Alone. Off-grid. I laughed once. Dark. Hollow. Good, I said. Milena glanced at me. You want him to make a move. I want him to believe I haven't already made mine. She holstered the weapon. Paused. Then, she's not going to wait for your permission much longer. I didn't ask who she meant. There was only one she in this house now. Milena's eyes flicked up. Studied mine. You like it, she said. Don't you? What? That you're not the most dangerous one in this marriage. I didn't answer. Because she was right. Before dawn, I pulled up the footage. Surveillance from the last 7 days. Hallways. Libraries. Greenhouse. Servant paths. At 2:17 a.m. 2 nights ago, I watched her slip out the south door in a maid's coat. And I did nothing. Not then. Not now. I just sat in the dark, replaying the moment she vanished past the camera line. Knowing full well. She hadn't disappeared. She was building something. And when she finally used it, I'd either be crowned beside her, or cut down by the woman I'd let sharpen her teeth on me. Either way, she was mine, and I was already bleeding.
Chapter 22. Anastasia. I didn't sleep. The red dress lay crumpled on the floor where I dropped it, silk wrinkled, stained with sweat and something older, something like satisfaction if satisfaction came with claws. The mirror across the room still showed the woman I'd become. Not beautiful. Not broken. Just inevitable. I watched her for an hour. I needed to see her like they saw her, the Volkov elders, Nikolai's dead-eyed father, even Milena when she wasn't pretending to approve. They were watching for cracks. For emotion. I made sure there weren't any. But in the reflection, I saw it now. The truth. I wasn't climbing their hierarchy. I was hollowing it out. From the inside. The staff didn't meet my eyes that morning. Even Irena, who normally stared like a stone monument carved out of judgment, averted her gaze when I entered the kitchen. That was new. So I made tea. Poured 2 cups. Added sugar to both. Then handed one to Lev when he entered the rear corridor 5 minutes late. His hands trembled when he took it. You're going to tell me everything, I said. Now? He froze. No lies. He swallowed hard. You said not to report anything to Nikolai. I also said not to hide anything from me. His shoulders slumped. I think Milena knows, he whispered. The teacup didn't shake in my hand. But I wanted it to. She hasn't said anything, he added quickly. But she's been near Maxim's old contacts. Asking questions. She's triangulating. Then she's either going to help, I said coldly, or she's going to die. He stared at me. I sipped my tea. Get out? I found Milena exactly where I expected her. In the west corridor, watching the staff polish the Volkov portraits like they meant something. When she saw me, she didn't speak. She just smirked. You've been busy, I said. So have you. Why? Because I don't like playing second. I stepped closer. You're not even in the game. Her eyes narrowed. I didn't blink. We're on the same side, I said flatly. That depends. On what? On whether I think you'll survive what you're building. I leaned in. If I don't, I said, I'm making sure the whole house burns with me. Milena smiled, sharp and dangerous. Then we're aligned. For now. That night, the second burner phone buzzed once. No message. Just a signal. I slipped out through the greenhouse. Same path. Same coat. Same quiet threat behind my teeth. Maxim was waiting in a stolen sedan. You're playing a dangerous game, he said without turning. No, I said. I'm ending one. He lit a cigarette. Passed me a folder. I opened it. Inside were photographs. Anton Volkov. Gregor. Ivan. All in a private room. But it was the last one that mattered. Semyon. Leaning in close to a man I didn't recognize. A lawyer. My fingers tightened around the edge of the photo. What is this? Maxim exhaled smoke. Rewriting succession documents, he said. They're building a fallback. I stared. For what? In case Nikolai falls. I left without speaking. The snow bit through my coat. But I didn't feel cold. I felt sharp. Alive. Necessary. The family wasn't cracking. It was shattering. And I had no intention of saving it. Not unless it bowed. To me.
Chapter 23. Nikolai. I always knew it would end in blood. Not in softness. Not in a wedding bed. Not in trust. Blood was the only thing permanent in this world. The only signature that mattered. The only truth that couldn't be revised. And now, it was in the air. I tasted it before the knife even fell. Milena brought me the photographs. No ceremony. No dramatic entrance. Just paper in her hand and silence on her face. She laid them on my desk like evidence in a murder trial. Anton, Gregor, Ivan, and Semyon. Speaking to a lawyer who'd been disbarred 2 years ago for falsifying Bratva financials. Not for profit. For power. He's drafting an override, she said. Succession challenge. I didn't speak. Milena folded her arms. You knew this was coming. I nodded. And you didn't stop it. Not yet. She raised a brow. Why wait? Because a snake is easiest to kill when it thinks it's safe. I didn't ask where she got the photos. Didn't ask who she paid or what else she'd found. If she wanted me dead, she would have let me walk into it. Which meant she wasn't the threat. Anastasia was. She wasn't in her room. Not in the library. Not in the greenhouse. I found her in the weapons room. Of course. Bent over a table, assembling a Glock 19 with the same calm she used to pour tea. Her sleeves were rolled up. Her hair braided back. She didn't look surprised when I entered. She didn't even glance up. I expected you earlier. I waited, I said, to see if you'd come to me. Why would I? You're my wife. She slid the slide onto the frame with a quiet click. Not yet. I stepped closer. Do you want to be? She looked at me then. And smiled. That awful beautiful, surgical smile. Do you want me to be? I grabbed the gun off the table and slammed it back down, hard enough to rattle the drawer beneath. She didn't flinch. You met with Maxim again, I said. Silence. I have the photos. Still, she didn't answer. You're plotting with outsiders. You're rewriting the board. You think I don't see it. Finally, she looked up. Eyes like winter. Voice like glass. I think you want me to do it. That stopped me. Not because she was wrong, but because she said it out loud. I stared at her. Not as a woman. Not as an enemy. As an equal. And maybe something worse. She circled the table slowly. Predator slow. Not to run. To close the distance. I could betray you, she said. You know that. I do. I could burn your name. You could try. She stopped in front of me. Close enough to feel the war in my chest. But I haven't. No. You want to know why? I didn't speak. She reached up, not to touch. To trace the space between us. Because I haven't decided if you're worth saving. I should have walked away. Should have put her against the wall. Stripped her of every weapon, every layer of control, every whisper of leverage she thought she held. But I didn't. Because I didn't want to take it from her. I wanted her to use it. Against them. With me. Against me. That night I called for Luka. Keep Maxim close, I said. But not too close. If he makes a move, we'll know. And Lev. Luka hesitated. I met his eyes. Did you know she used him? He nodded once. No excuses. No fear. I stared. Then said, promote him. Luka blinked. Sir. Put him on internal operations. Close protection detail. Give him a gun. But he was loyal, I said. To her. And in this house, that mattered more than loyalty to me. Semyon would make his move soon. Anton would follow. Gregor would turn. Ivan would beg for protection. And when the dust cleared, there would only be one question left. Whose name would survive it? I walked into the winter salon just before dawn. She was already there. No dress. No mask. Just black leggings, bare feet, and a look I hadn't seen before. Not defiance. Not calculation. Peace. And I hated how much I wanted to ruin it. She didn't turn. She didn't speak. So I did. They're coming for me. She nodded. And you? I'm already here, she said. Not soft. Not sweet. Just fact. I stepped closer. Let my hand brush hers. Only for a moment. Only enough to let her know. When the blade drops, it'll be her hand holding it. And I'll let it. If it's deserved.
Chapter 24. Anastasia. The dress I wore to meet Semyon wasn't elegant. It was sharp. Satin black, cut high at the thigh and low at the back, collar like a blade around my throat. No jewelry. No softness. Just skin and warning, and the kind of silence that made men remember every word you hadn't said yet. I waited in the dead parlor, a room no one used anymore. Dustless but untouched. Milena had pointed me toward it without speaking. Nikolai hadn't asked where I was going. They all knew. This was the real meeting. Not the dinner. Not the quiet war of glances over wine. This was the reckoning. When Semyon arrived, he didn't knock. He just stepped in like he still owned the house. Black coat, leather gloves, that same calm cruelty around his eyes, like he'd never needed a single scream to bury a body. I didn't stand. I didn't greet him. I let him look at me first. Let him see the weapon his son married. He took the chair across from mine. Slow. Deliberate. Silent. It was 10 seconds before either of us spoke. I expected Nikolai, he said finally. Then you're more senile than I thought. His lip curled. Not in amusement. In memory. My son thinks you're loyal. He knows I'm not. Then he's weak. I leaned forward slightly. No. He's patient. Semyon studied me. There's something dangerous in you, he said. Something unrefined. Something not built for legacy. I smiled. Then I'm exactly what this family deserves. The first threat came quiet. He didn't raise his voice. Didn't stand. He just looked me in the eye and said, "Walk away now, and I'll let you leave alive." I didn't blink. "Kill me," I said, "and Nikolai will burn Moscow down just to piss on your ashes." He smirked. He might. I hope he does. We stared across the space like old enemies. Like reflections in a broken mirror. He thought I wanted power. He thought I wanted to rule beside Nikolai. He was wrong. I wanted more. I wanted the roots. The rot. The ruin. And I wanted to decide who lived through it. Semyon stood first. "You'll regret this." "No," I said. "You will." Then I walked past him, slow and silent, my heel clipping his boot just enough to remind him. I wasn't afraid of him. He should have been afraid of me. I found Nikolai outside the estate. Alone. No guards. No coat. Just a cigarette burning low between his fingers. He didn't look at me when I approached. But he spoke. Did you tell him? Yes. He flicked ash off the railing. What did he say? That I wasn't built for legacy. Nikolai exhaled. He's right. I turned my head. Excuse me? You're not built for legacy. He looked at me then. Eyes like frost, words like a match. You're built for domination. The night air bit sharp, but the heat rolling off him was hotter. I crossed the balcony in 3 strides, fisted his shirt and yanked him down to my mouth. No warning. No softness. Just teeth and tongue, and the scrape of my nails across his scalp as I claimed every inch of his breath. He made a low, hungry sound, hand snapping to my hips, but I shoved him back hard until his spine hit the stone balustrade. The cigarette dropped, crushed under my boot. I pressed in, thigh between his, grinding against the rigid line of his cock straining through his slacks. Anastasia, he rasped, voice cracking. I bit his lower lip, sucked it red, then soothed it with my tongue. Shut up. I kissed him again, brutal, messy, swallowing his groan. My hand slid under his jacket, nails raking down the ridges of his abs, stopping just above his belt. He bucked into me, desperate, but I held him pinned, controlling every roll of his hips, every ragged exhale. I dragged my mouth to his throat, teeth sinking in just enough to bruise. He hissed, fingers digging into my ass, trying to pull me closer. I let him feel the edge of pain, then licked the mark, slow, deliberate, tasting salt and smoke. Beg, I whispered against his pulse. He shuddered. Please? Please what? Fuck, let me breathe, let me touch you. I laughed, low and filthy, and kissed him again, stealing the air he begged for. My tongue fucked his mouth in the same rhythm I wanted his cock inside me. His hands clawed at my back, tearing at the satin, but I kept him caged, thighs clamped around his, riding the friction until he was shaking. Only when his knees buckled, when his breath came in broken, pleading gasps, did I ease off. Just enough for him to drag in one ragged inhale. I stepped back, lips swollen, eyes blazing. He stayed against the stone, chest heaving, cock throbbing, visibly undone. I turned and walked away. The taste of his surrender lingered on my tongue like victory. I left him there. Still breathing hard. Still undone. Still mine. When I returned to my quarters, Milena was waiting. She was sitting on the bed like it was hers, knife in one hand, apple in the other. She took a slow bite. You're starting a war, she said. No. You're ending one? No. She raised a brow. Then what are you doing? I walked to the dresser. Pulled open the drawer. Took out the envelope Maxim had delivered that morning. Inside? Photographs. Documents. A list of the Volkov family's remaining financial assets. And where to hit them hardest. I placed it on the bed beside her. She stared. Then looked up at me. You're planning a coup. I met her eyes. No, I said. I'm building a kingdom.
Chapter 25. Nikolai. The taste of her hadn't left my mouth. Not the sweetness. She wasn't sweet. The control. The bite. The way she kissed like she was claiming land. The way she pressed me to the balcony wall like it was mine she was taking, not the other way around. And I let her. Not because I was weak. Because I needed to see how far she'd go. Now I knew. And now, it had to be answered. Anton called before sunrise. Panicked. Whiny. Exactly as expected. Your father, he's positioning. Pulling favors from the Tver lines. Whispering about votes. Let him whisper. This isn't a bluff. It's not a threat either. He's going to the council. Then let him. A pause. Then quieter. And if he wins? I smiled. He won't. Anton didn't sound reassured. But he hung up anyway. He always did what the bigger monster told him. And right now, that was still me. I walked the house before breakfast. Alone. No guards. No staff. Just silence and calculation, and the walls I'd memorized in childhood, back when they used to echo with my father's rage instead of my own quiet control. I stopped at Anastasia's door. Didn't knock. Didn't enter. Just stood there long enough to remind her I could. That I still chose not to. For now. By noon, Milena intercepted me in the West Hall. Her face was unreadable, which meant something had shifted. You need to see this. She handed me a phone. One of the internal taps. Audio, not video. Crackling. Faint. But clear enough. Anastasia. Speaking to Maxim. The votes are already compromised. I just need confirmation Anton folds. And the rest. Handled. And Nikolai. He'll survive. Pause. If he wants to. I handed the phone back. Didn't speak. Didn't move. Not for a long time. Milena didn't push. She never had to. She just watched. Waiting to see what kind of monster I'd be this time. That night, I found Lev in the security wing. Still too pale. Still too nervous. But loyal. Useful. You're being reassigned, I said. Where to? To her. He blinked. Sir. You're her shadow now. You report to me. Only me. But no contact with Maxim. No deviations. You get one mistake. He swallowed. I leaned in. And if she finds out? You tell her I gave the order. Won't she? Yes. She'll kill me. Maybe. I stared at him. And if she does, I said, you die knowing you were the first man in this house to make a real sacrifice for the crown. I didn't sleep. Didn't eat. Didn't call the council. I just waited. Because the next move wasn't mine. It was hers. And when she made it, the war room door slammed behind me, the sound cracking like a gunshot. Anastasia spun from the map table, eyes narrowing, but I was already on her. I seized her wrist, twisted her, and slammed her back against the heavy oak desk. Papers scattered. A glass tumbler shattered. Her breath punched out in a sharp gasp as I caged her with my body. My hand snapped to her throat, fingers pressing just enough to feel the frantic hammer of her pulse. Not choking. Claiming. Is this it? I snarled, voice low, lethal. You think you can gut me from the inside, little queen? Her chin lifted, defiant, even pinned. If I wanted you dead, you'd already be cold. I crushed my mouth to hers, punishing, teeth scraping her lip until I tasted copper. She bit back hard, and I groaned into the kiss, hips grinding against hers, cock already steel behind my zipper. She arched, thighs parting on instinct, the slit of her skirt riding high enough for me to feel the heat of her cunt through the thin lace. I dragged my thumb across her lower lip, smearing the blood. You want the throne. Take it. But you don't get to lie to me while you do. Her hands fisted my shirt, yanked me closer. Then stop asking questions you already know the answers to. I kissed her again, deeper, filthier, tongue fucking her mouth the way I wanted to fuck her body, until she was writhing, nails clawing my shoulders. My free hand shoved between us, ripping lace aside, 2 fingers plunging into her soaked heat. She cried out, walls clenching, hips bucking shamelessly. Say it, I growled against her throat, teeth sinking into the bruise I'd left nights ago. Say you're mine, even when you're carving my empire out from under me. She laughed, breathless, broken, and came around my fingers with a shudder that nearly undid me. I pulled back, leaving her trembling, skirt rucked to her waist, lips swollen and bleeding. She stared up at me, eyes blazing. And didn't say a word. I let her go. Stepped back, adjusted my cuffs, and walked out. The war room door shut behind me with the same finality as a coffin lid. She'd answer when she was ready. And when she did, I'd be waiting. She left me bleeding. Not from wounds. From want. And still, I didn't stop her. Because the only thing more dangerous than owning a queen is letting her think you don't care what she takes.
Chapter 26. Anastasia. They think I want to win. They're wrong. I want to end the game. Completely. Irreversibly. No survivors except the ones who know how to kneel. I watched Nikolai watch me at dinner. Not with suspicion, with calculation. His eyes didn't flinch. But they burned. Like he knew I was 5 steps ahead and didn't know whether to let me finish the play or flip the board. Let him wonder. I didn't come here to win his name. I came to make sure no one would ever say it without mine beside it again. The vote was scheduled in 48 hours. Semyon's play. A quiet council vote, not for Nikolai's execution, no. He wasn't that crude. But for restructuring. For restoring the family's tradition. Which meant cutting Nikolai's throat with a pen and replacing him with a puppet who smiled nicer and killed slower. I didn't mind. Let them cast their little ballots. I'd already decided how they'd vote. I just hadn't told them yet. Gregor was first. He liked girls who owed him favors and contracts that whispered beneath the table. So I gave him a contract. No whisper. No negotiation. Just a list of names that would die with him if he said no. He didn't argue. He just signed. Ivan came next. Old, tired, drunk by noon. I found him at his estate, fed his dog, kissed his cheek like a granddaughter. Then handed him a vial. Take this, I said. 2 hours before the vote. You'll feel brave. He nodded. Didn't ask what it was. Didn't care. He wouldn't live to regret it. One more name off the board. Anton. The coward. I didn't bother manipulating him. I threatened him. Told him I'd kill his sister. Told him I'd kill his mistress too. Then showed him the photo. Of his son. Of the school. Of how easy it would be to slip a knife through soft flesh in a crowded hallway. He cried. I kissed his cheek. Then told him exactly how he'd vote. By the time I returned home, the sun had dipped below the ice-covered trees and the entire estate had gone still. Not quiet. Still. Like it was holding its breath. Waiting to see if I'd leave it standing. I went to the war room. The door was unlocked. He was already inside. Of course. Nikolai never let anyone have the last move. He just waited until you thought you did. He didn't look at me. Didn't speak. He just circled the table once, then stopped. You've bought the vote. I didn't answer. He stepped closer. The council folds. My father loses. Another step. You win. I tilted my head. Is that what you think I want? I don't think. Then what do you do, Nikolai? I crossed the war room in 3 strides, boots silent on the thick rug. Nikolai's back was to me, shoulders rigid, knuckles white on the edge of the map table. I didn't give him time to turn. My hand slammed into his chest, shoving him back until his spine hit the polished oak. The table groaned under his weight. Papers scattered like startled birds. I climbed him before he could speak, knees bracketing his hips, skirt riding high enough to bear the lace tops of my stockings. My palms flattened over his heart, feeling the thunder beneath the silk of his shirt. Listen carefully, I whispered, lips brushing the shell of his ear. Gregor's signature is already drying. Ivan's pulse will stop 2 hours before the vote. Anton's crying in his car outside his mistress's flat, begging me to spare his son. His breath hitched, but his hand stayed at his sides. Good. I rolled my hips once, slow, deliberate, feeling the thick ridge of his cock jerk against my core through the fabric. You're not losing, Nikolai. You're being taken. I bit his earlobe hard enough to sting, then soothed it with my tongue. Every move you made, I countered. Every ally you trusted, I bought or broke. And you, I ground down, dragging a ragged groan from his throat. You're going to come for me while I tell you exactly how I dismantled your empire. His hands finally moved, fingers digging into my thighs, but I caught his wrists, pinned them to the table above his head. The wood was cold against his skin. I was fire. Hands stay there, I ordered. Or I stop. He growled but obeyed. His cock throbbed beneath me, leaking through his slacks, a dark wet spot spreading where I rocked against him. I reached between us, ripped his belt open with one sharp tug. The leather hissed free. I didn't bother with the button, just yanked the zipper down and freed him. His cock sprang into my hand, hot velvet over steel pulsing in my grip. I stroked once, slow, thumb smearing the bead of pre-cum over the head. He bucked, hips jerking, but I pressed my weight down, keeping him pinned. Look at me, I said. His eyes snapped open, blue, wild, furious, starving. I lifted my skirt higher, shoved my panties aside, and sank down onto him in one brutal glide. No warning. No mercy. The stretch burned perfect, and I took every inch until he was buried to the hilt, my cunt clenching around him like a fist. Fuck, the word tore from him raw, broken. I didn't move. Just held him there, impaled, throbbing inside me, while I leaned in and whispered every betrayal against his lips. I poisoned Ivan with the same vial he used on your mother's dog when you were 12. Gregor's daughter? She's in Prague now, safe, because I let her go. Anton's son will never know how close he came to bleeding out in a playground. With every confession, I clenched around him, milking his cock, drawing another helpless groan. His hips tried to thrust, but I controlled the rhythm, slow grinding circles that dragged the head of his cock against my front wall over and over until his thighs shook. You're not the king anymore, I breathed, nipping his jaw. You're the throne I'm fucking on. I released his wrists, but he didn't move them. I tore his shirt open, buttons pinging across the table, and raked my nails down his chest, leaving red trails. His nipples were hard. I pinched one, twisted, and he whimpered, a sound I'd never heard from him before. I wrote him harder, faster, the table creaking beneath us. My clit ground against his pelvis with every downward stroke, sparks shooting up my spine. I was soaked, dripping down his balls, the wet slap of our bodies loud in the silent room. Say it, I demanded, voice cracking with my own need. Say you're mine. He surged up, mouth crashing into mine, kissing me like a man drowning. Yours, he snarled against my lips. Fuck yours. I slammed down, taking him deeper, and came with a sharp cry, walls spasming around him, milking him in rhythmic pulses. He followed seconds later, hips bucking wildly, cock swelling as he spilled inside me, hot, thick, endless, until we were both trembling, slick with sweat and sex. I didn't let him soften. I stayed seated on him, clenching deliberately, drawing aftershocks that made him shudder. My fingers tangled in his hair, yanking his head back so I could bite his throat, mark him again. This empire? I whispered, lips against his pulse. It's mine now. You rule through me. You breathe because I allow it. He laughed, breathless, wrecked. Then rule me, Koroliva. I stood, letting him slip from my body with a wet sound. His cum trickled down my thigh, warm and obscene. I didn't fix my skirt. Didn't wipe it away. I wanted him to see it. To smell it. To remember. I walked to the door, heels clicking, and paused without looking back. Clean yourself up, I said. The vote's in 48 hours. And when they crown me, you'll be on your knees beside the throne. The door shut behind me. I didn't look back. But I felt his eyes on me the entire way. When I stood, he didn't follow. When I walked out, he didn't stop me. When I left the door open behind me, that was the real message. He could follow. Or he could watch the crown pass without him. His choice.
Chapter 27. Nikolai. I didn't follow her. I didn't need to. She left the door open like a dare, like an invitation carved from control. But it wasn't weakness. It was a warning. Anastasia didn't open doors. She left them hanging, unsecured. So when the blood started flowing, no one could say they hadn't been warned. The council met in 26 hours. Votes had been traded, threatened, bought. But that was politics. And politics had never impressed me. I built power from death, not diplomacy. From the ground up. From the bones of better men. And yet, she'd done in 4 days what most men failed to do in decades. They would vote her way. Not because they feared her. Because they didn't want to find out what happened if they didn't. Semyon was silent. No late-night meetings. No last-minute power plays. He was waiting too. Not to win. To wound. To take something from me that couldn't be rebuilt. He wouldn't kill me. He'd cut my legacy in half. He'd salt the earth. Make sure no matter how long I lived, no one remembered what I ruled. I found him on the chapel steps the next morning. Not praying. Just watching the snow. "You never belonged here," he said without looking up. "I built this place." "No," he said. "You occupied it." I didn't reply. There was nothing left to say between us. Only endings. Only memory. He finally looked at me. "You're letting her speak at the vote?" "Yes." "Are you insane?" "No," I said. "I'm curious." He laughed. Not cruel. Not amused. Just tired. "You're going to lose." "Maybe." "She's going to bury us both." "She's earned the shovel." By the time I returned to the house, the staff had cleared 2 entire wings for the council's arrival. Fresh linens. Red carpets. Uniforms starched and pressed. Everything perfect. Everything in place. Except the man at the center of it. I wasn't ready. Not because I doubted my power. Because I was starting to wonder. What if she was right? What if I'd ruled like a weapon when the empire needed a mind? What if she was the mind? What if I'd only ever been the blade? Milena found me in the east corridor, her eyes shadowed. "Gregor's dead." I blinked. "How?" "Heart attack. In his home." "Officially." "And unofficially." She stared at me. She removed a vote. Not carelessly. Not impulsively. Surgically. I nodded. Milena hesitated. Then softer, "She's dangerous." "I know." "And you still." "I still what?" She didn't answer. Because she didn't have to. That night, I stood in the gallery alone. Looking at the portraits. The Volkov line. All of them staring down at me like disappointed saints. They saw weakness in me. They saw her shadow. And I didn't care. Because weakness wasn't what let her in. Power did. And now I had to decide what kind of man I'd be when the last vote was cast. The kind who burned her. Or the kind who watched the empire burn with her on its throne.
Chapter 28. Anastasia. The council chamber smelled like fear and old blood. Not fresh. Not copper. The dried kind. Historical. Buried in the floorboards under years of polished marble and performed loyalty. 9 men. 2 women. 1 seat at the head. Nikolai took it, of course. Because he had to. Because that's what kings do when their throne is in question. They sit tall, even if the floor beneath them is already cracking. I entered without ceremony. No black today. No red. White. Like war paint. Like surrender turned inside out. They all turned when I walked in. Some stood. Most didn't. Didn't matter. They'd rise for me eventually. one way or another. Semyon sat near the edge of the room, not speaking, not acknowledging me, not interfering, because even he understood. This wasn't his anymore. He just hadn't admitted it out loud. Not yet. The vote was simple on paper. Amendment to restructure Volkov oversight. Shift executive power to a shared council vote during all major family decisions. A leash on Nikolai. A crown cracked in half. And they thought I'd support it. Because I was marrying into the name. Because I was a woman. Because no one with a uterus had ever sat at this table unless she was pouring the wine. Idiots. I walked to the front. Didn't ask to speak. Didn't wait for permission. They'd built this place on violence. They could suffer the sound of a woman's voice for 5 minutes. I'm not here to save this family, I said. Quiet. Even. Controlled. I'm here to finish what your sons failed to finish. To hold what they dropped. To kill what they were too sentimental to bury. A pause. No one moved. I'm not voting for Nikolai. Gasps. Shifted feet. A single cough in the back. I let them marinate. Then? I'm voting for something new. Something sharper. Something that bleeds differently. Eyes locked on mine. Hands curled around the arms of chairs. I spoke the next sentence like a blade between ribs. If you want to vote against him, know this. You're voting against me. Silence. Not confusion. Fear. Real this time. Not because I was bluffing. Because they'd seen what I'd done in 4 days without a title. Imagine what I'd do with one. Milena stood slowly. No smile. No warning. Just, I vote for Nikolai. Then she sat. Ivan's chair creaked. Me too. One by one. The room flipped. Not for Nikolai. For me. Because they weren't loyal. They were terrified. The only vote that didn't land? Semyon's. Of course. He stood. Looked me dead in the eye. And said, "You think this is over?" I smiled. "It is for you." He left before the tally finished. No violence. No threats. No spectacle. Just a man walking away from a kingdom that no longer needed him. Or feared him. Or remembered him kindly. When it was done, I stood at Nikolai's side. Didn't take his hand. Didn't lean into his space. I stood like an equal. Or better. The council filed out in silence. No one looked me in the eye. Except Nikolai. And what I saw there wasn't love. It wasn't relief. It was something older. Something darker. A question. Now that you've won, what will you do with me? I didn't answer. Not with words. Because the answer wasn't today. It was coming. And when it did, he'd know exactly who he married.
Chapter 29. Nikolai. It wasn't victory. It was survival. And survival meant the others were gone. Semyon. Finished. The council. Bent at the knee. Milena. Watching, calculating but quiet for now. The empire was intact. But it didn't belong to me anymore. Not completely. Not after her. Anastasia stood beside me when it fell apart. Not as a wife. Not as a pawn. As the one who'd orchestrated the fall, while I was too busy pretending no one could touch the crown. She didn't take it from me. She took it from all of them. That's the difference. She knew exactly where to strike. Knew which men would fold. Which would break. Which would die in silence before ever saying her name. She didn't need a title to rule. She already did. After the vote, she walked out without a word. No orders. No gloating. Just silence. That was the real kill. The silence. Letting everyone sit in the aftermath and realize she'd just restructured a century of blood-soaked hierarchy without raising her voice or her hand. Power didn't need to shout. It just needed to be obeyed. I didn't see her again until midnight. She was in the war room. Of course. Standing at the head of the table, like it belonged to her now. It did. She looked at me when I walked in. Just once. Like she was measuring how much I still mattered. I stood across from her. No crown. No rings. No heirs. Just two sovereigns who hadn't killed each other yet. You should have taken the council seat, I said. She didn't smile. I don't need permission. You took everything. I didn't take it, she said. You gave it to me when you hesitated. She wasn't wrong. While I'd been managing alliances and controlling bloodlines, she'd been cutting throats in silence. Not literally. Not yet. She hadn't needed to. Everyone else did it for her. They knew she'd win. They just wanted to be useful before it happened. I poured 2 glasses. Set one in front of her. To your kingdom? I asked. She didn't drink. She didn't sit. She looked me in the eye and said, "It's not mine." I raised a brow. No. It's no one's, she said. That's the point. The old way was dead. The dynasty built on fathers and fear was dust under her heels now. She didn't want to inherit it. She wanted to erase the last name that thought it would survive her. And I let her. Not out of weakness. Not out of love. Because I understood. What she wanted wasn't peace. What she wanted was to own the war so no one could ever use it against her again. I left her there. Didn't touch her. Didn't speak again. Because there was nothing left to say between people like us. Only what comes next. Only who controls what remains. And who's still standing after it.
Chapter 30. Anastasia. The world didn't end with fire. It ended in silence. No sirens. No screams. No spilled blood on marble steps. Just quiet corridors, loyal staff who no longer looked me in the eye, and a man down the hall who once ruled everything, and now only ruled what I allowed. Nikolai hadn't followed me since the vote. Good. We were past needing each other to move forward. I didn't want his hand. I wanted the leash around the family's neck. And now I had it. The house had changed. I could feel it in the way it breathed. Milena no longer asked questions. She passed messages. Observed. Waited. Semyon's quarters had been stripped, personal effects boxed up by servants too careful to speak above a whisper. I hadn't ordered his exile. I didn't have to. He left the way all relics do, bitter, broken, and alone. Not because I destroyed him. Because I'd proven he wasn't needed. There was no room left for men who thought fear was power. Power was control. And I'd mastered both. The council remained intact for now. But they were reshaped. Anton, sober for once, sent his first monthly report before I asked. Ivan's chair remained empty. No one mentioned Gregor. Even Maxim stopped contacting me directly. He knew better. Leverage was no longer transactional. It was systemic. The system now answered to me. I took control of the family's offshore accounts. 3 were siphoning through shell companies tied to former Bratva captains. I froze them all. Nikolai didn't comment. But I saw it. The shift. The weight. He wasn't surprised. He was watching. And waiting. For what, I couldn't tell. For me to stop? For me to go too far? He should have known better by now. There was no too far. There was only done. At dusk, I stood in the study where Semyon used to smoke cigars and scream at ghosts. I lit no fire. I just opened the window and let the cold in. Let it settle into the bones of the house. This place was never warm. It didn't need to be. It needed to be loyal. And it was. Now. To me. Luka brought the last report from St. Petersburg himself. He didn't enter the room. He just handed me the file and left. Smart man. I flipped through it slowly. 3 betrayals preempted. 2 debts paid. 1 name redacted. Someone had tried to hide it. I smiled. And burned the last page without reading it. Let them wonder. Let them always wonder. That was the point. I didn't see Nikolai again until the final night. Not by accident. Not by hesitation. By design. We both knew how this worked. There would be no vows. No promises. No pretend endings wrapped in silk and forgiveness. There would be only this. The confrontation. The consequence. The last reckoning before the future bent around us. He stood at the far end of the hallway. Not blocking my path. Just present. A wall that didn't move, even when the house did. I walked past him without speaking. He didn't follow. But he turned. And his voice came low. Controlled. Like he was reading a final report on a war that hadn't started, but had already been lost. You never gave me a choice. I stopped. Didn't turn. You never deserved one. You could have told me what you were doing. No, I said. I could have warned you. That's the same thing. No. One is power. The other is trust. And you don't trust me? I don't trust anyone. He stepped closer. Not to intimidate. To inspect. The way one might examine a knife they used to own, now turned against them. You think this ends with you on top? I think it already did. Until someone takes it from you. I turned to face him. You're welcome to try. Silence. Thick. Tense. Final. We stared at each other for a long time. Not lovers. Not even enemies. Just 2 sovereigns standing in the same palace, both too brutal to kneel and too smart to swing first. He finally spoke. What do you want, Anastasia? I didn't blink. Didn't soften. Didn't lie. Everything. I left him there. Like I left everyone else. Where they belonged. Behind me. The next morning, the staff awaited orders. Not from Nikolai. From me. And I gave them. Without permission. Without concern. I ordered the replacement of 3 lieutenants. The shifting of assets into cleaner shells. The closing of Bratva ties to foreign handlers who thought Russia's new face could be manipulated. It couldn't. Not while I wore it. There was no coronation. No announcement. No fireworks or fanfare. The Volkov name was still Nikolai's. But the dynasty? That was mine. And everyone knew it. Even him. Especially him. Milena approached me in the library one evening. She didn't speak for a while. She just looked at me like she was trying to find what piece of me still resembled the girl who first entered this house terrified, caged, mistreated. She wouldn't find her. She was gone. Finally, Milena said. You could walk away now. Clean. Alive. Powerful. I closed the book in my lap. I didn't build this to leave it. Then what? I built it so no one could tear it down again. That was the truth. No redemption. No forgiveness. Just control. Because in the end, that's all any of us ever wanted. Not love. Not peace. Just the power to survive. And the certainty that when they spoke of us later, they'd say our names carefully, as if saying them wrong might bring us back. Epilogue. Nikolai. It was quiet now. Not peaceful. Not empty. Just quiet. The kind of quiet that comes after a long war, not because the world healed, but because all the screams have already been spent. All the threats, all the lies, all the names that used to matter had already been carved into memory, and what was left now was legacy. And Anastasia. Still here. Still ruling. Still dangerous. The snow hadn't melted in days. Winter was longer this year. Colder. More stubborn. The kind of cold that stayed in the walls of the house, no matter how many fires were lit. I watched the flakes fall outside the west window, a glass of untouched vodka in one hand and a report I hadn't read in the other. She was late. Not because she was careless. Because she could be. That was power now. Time waited on her. Not the other way around. When she entered the room, she didn't look at me. She never did at first. Anastasia moved like ownership. Like the ground understood who it belonged to, and didn't dare creak beneath her steps. Everything she was before, the girl, the wife, the pawn, was gone. Buried under the empire she'd reshaped. No one remembered the wedding. Everyone remembered the vote. Gregor's estate transferred to offshore, she said. Baranov's silence has been bought. The new St. Petersburg seat is ours. Ours? Funny word. I said nothing. She poured herself a drink from my bottle without asking. Sat in the chair across from me like she built it. She probably did. The silence lingered. Eventually, she looked at me. I know what you're thinking. No, I said. You know what you want me to think. She smiled. Same thing some days. Not today. She didn't press. She didn't need to. She already had what she came for. It had been 4 months since the vote. 3 since Semyon died in exile. No funeral. No family. No grief. He choked on legacy. That was the official story. The real one was uglier, lonelier. Good. 2 months since she took control of the Bratviz International Holdings. 1 month since she rewrote the family charter under the guise of modernization. She didn't sign it with her name. She signed it with mine. Because that was the final knife twist. Not taking everything. Leaving me the appearance of power, while holding the truth in her hands. That's how you really kill a king. You're quiet tonight, she said. I drained the vodka. You've been busy. Her eyes flashed. Regret? No. Resentment? I met her gaze. Finally. I watched you burn down a dynasty without flinching, I said. I'd be a fool to pretend I'm surprised you're still building. She tilted her head. Then what is it? I stood. Walked to the fireplace. Watched the flames dance. Let the heat lick at the silence between us. And said, Are you finished? Not a threat. Not a plea. A genuine question. Her rise had been absolute. Precise. Ruthless. Now that the throne was hers, what did she want? To stay on it? To rebuild the old world under her new rules? Or to destroy it all again, just to remind everyone she could? She took her time answering. Because she wanted me to feel it. Finally, she said, There's no finished. There's only forward. The next week, a package arrived. No return address. No warning. Inside, a single silver ring. An heirloom. One of Semyon's. I hadn't seen it in years. Hadn't wanted to. She left it on my desk without comment. I knew what it meant. Legacy wasn't inherited. It was claimed. And then crushed. We still slept in the same bed. We didn't touch. Not often. Not gently. There was no tenderness left. No fiction. Only the occasional gravity of memory, when silence stretched too long and her body slid into mine like a blade easing into its sheath. But even then, there was nothing soft. Nothing healing. The vault was colder than the snow outside. Stainless steel drawers gleamed under the single overhead bulb, each one a coffin for secrets. I hadn't come here to mourn. I came to remember who she was before I made her a god. The folder lay open on the steel table like an autopsy. Her old name, Anastasia Petrova, typed in faded ink. Photos clipped to the inside. A girl with hollow cheeks and eyes too old for 16. Bruises shaped like fingerprints on her collarbone. A hospital report, cracked ribs, internal bleeding, father unknown cause. Another page. A transfer order from her father's house to a safe flat in Prague. Temporary custody, Volkov protection. I'd signed it. I'd saved her. And she'd used the rope I threw to hang every man who ever touched her. Including me. The door hissed behind me. I didn't turn. I didn't need to. Her scent, gun oil, jasmine, and the copper tang of power filled the room before her boots did. You kept the file, she said. Not a question. I kept everything. She stepped beside me, close enough that the heat of her body cut through the chill. Her fingers brushed the photo of the bruised girl. She's dead. She's standing right here. Anastasia laughed, low and sharp. That girl would have begged you to fuck her just to feel safe. This one? She turned, pressed her front to my side, and let me feel the knife strapped beneath her blazer. This one fucks you to remind you who owns the cage. I turned then. Slowly. My hand rose to her throat, not squeezing, just holding. Her pulse leapt against my palm, steady and unafraid. Her eyes were black in the dim light, pupils blown wide with the same hunger that had burned in them the night she took the vote. You want to punish me, she whispered. Do it. But know this, every time you come inside me, you're crowning me again. I kissed her like a war crime. Mouth crashing, teeth clashing, tongue spearing deep to taste the victory she'd stolen. She moaned into me, the sound raw and filthy, and I walked her back until her spine hit the steel drawers. The clang echoed like a gunshot. I ripped her blazer open, buttons pinging off metal. Her shirt followed, torn down the front, bearing the black lace bra that barely contained her tits. She arched into me, nails raking my neck. Harder. I bit her collarbone, sucked a bruise over the old scar. My hands shoved her skirt up to her waist, fingers hooking the lace thong and yanking. The fabric tore with a wet rip. She was soaked, cunt glistening in the cold light, thighs already trembling. I dropped to my knees. Not submission. Worship. I spread her with my thumbs and licked a long, slow stripe from her entrance to her clit. She cried out, hips bucking, but I pinned her to the drawer with one hand splayed over her stomach. I ate her like a starving man, tongue fucking inside her, curling to hit that spot that made her sob my name. Her juices coated my chin, dripped down my throat. I sucked her clit hard, teeth grazing, and she came with a sharp scream, thighs clamping around my head, pussy pulsing against my mouth. I didn't let her come down. I stood, spun her, bent her over the table. The folders scattered, photos of the broken girl fluttering to the floor. I freed my cock with one hand, the other fisting her hair to arch her back. The head of my dick nudged her entrance, slick and swollen. Beg, I growled. She laughed, breathless, wrecked. Make me. I thrust in to the hilt. No mercy. No pause. Just one brutal stroke that buried me balls deep in her tight, dripping cunt. She screamed, nails scraping steel, and I fucked her like I was trying to split her in half. Every drive slammed her hips into the table, the drawers rattling like bones. I reached around, pinched her clit, rolled it between rough fingers until she was sobbing, pushing back to meet every punishing thrust. Say it, I snarled, teeth at her ear. Say who you belong to. You, she gasped, voice breaking. Fuck you, Nikolai. I pulled out, spun her again, lifted her onto the table. Her legs wrapped my waist, heels digging into my ass as I slammed back in. Face to face now, I kissed her through the tears and sweat, tongue mimicking the rhythm of my cock. Her tits bounced with every thrust, nipples hard and begging. I sucked one into my mouth, bit down, and she came again, harder this time, walls clamping so tight I saw stars. I wasn't done. I carried her to the wall, still impaled, and fucked her standing. Her back scraped steel, legs locked around me, cunt taking every inch like it was made for it. I reached between us, thumbed her clit in tight circles, and she shattered a third time, milking me with rhythmic pulses that dragged me over the edge. I came with a roar, spilling deep, hips jerking as I filled her, hot, thick, endless. She clung to me, trembling, breath hitching against my neck. We stayed like that, sweat slick and spent, my cock still twitching inside her. Her cum and mine leaked down my balls, pooled on the floor beneath us. Finally, I let her slide down my body. Her feet touched the ground, but her knees buckled. I caught her, held her up, and kissed her slow this time, deep, filthy, claiming. When I pulled back, her lipstick was smeared, eyes glazed, lips swollen. She looked like a queen who'd just been fucked by her king. And still won. She straightened her skirt, didn't bother with the ruined shirt. Just stepped over the scattered photos, the torn lace, the evidence of our war. At the door she paused. "The ring," she said. "Wear it tomorrow. On your left hand. Where the world can see." Then she was gone. I looked down at the silver band on the table, Semyon's ring, now hers. I slid it onto my finger. It fit. Perfectly. Because she'd measured me months ago. And I'd let her. When it ended, she always left first. No words. No lies. Just silence and empire. The men who opposed her had either disappeared or folded. Even Maxim stopped making noise. Milena remained. Sharper than ever. But she followed Anastasia's orders now. Not mine. She had no reason to rebel. Anastasia gave her purpose. What had I given her? Control? Maybe once. But that was gone. Late one evening, I stood in the vault. Alone. The walls were lined with steel drawers and sealed archives. Ledgers. Weapons. Files tied to names no longer spoken out loud. One folder sat open. Anastasia's. The first version, before she was mine. Before any of this. She'd had nothing then. Just blood and scars and silence. Now. She didn't need protection. She didn't need my name. She didn't even need me. But she stayed. That was the part no one understood. She had everything. And still she stayed. Not out of love. Not out of obligation. Out of design. Because she knew leaving would make them think she ever depended on anyone to begin with. And Anastasia Morozova Volkov did not owe anyone that illusion. We were seen together when it mattered. At meetings. At state functions. When threats needed to be extinguished with nothing but a glance between us. We were still a unit. Still married. Still brutal. But nothing about us belonged to the myths they whispered in the old halls of Bratva men anymore. There was no king and queen. There was only a woman who ruled. And the man who once thought he could shape her. Now standing beside her as proof of what happens when you don't see the blade coming until it's too late. I watched her speak to a new alliance once. 5 men. All older. Powerful. Arrogant. They'd heard of her. Heard the rumors. One of them interrupted her mid-sentence. Dismissive. Smug. He was found dead 3 days later. No evidence. No signs of struggle. Just a photo in his breast pocket. Of Anastasia. And a single word carved into his tongue. Enough. She never confirmed it. Never denied it. Didn't need to. That's what real power is. Not action. Reputation. You make people believe, and they enforce it for you. Fear her? They all did. Obey her? They had no other choice. And me? I still watched. Still moved. Still acted when needed. But the truth was clear. Everyone saw it. She was the future. I was the proof she could take down the past. Years from now, when they write about her. And they will. They won't mention the wedding. They won't mention Nikolai Volkov. Not first. They'll write about a woman who walked into a house designed to break her. And rebuilt it in her image. They'll write about silence as a weapon. About strategy that felt like seduction and seduction that ended in empires falling. They'll write her like a myth. But I knew the truth. There was no myth. Just Anastasia. And the kingdom that belonged to her long before anyone realized it. The end.
Did you love Ruin Me Again? Dark Mafia romance? Then you should read Pretty When I Break. Dark Mafia romance series, 3 books in 1 by Anya Sugar. Pretty When I Break, Dark Mafia romance. Complete series, 3 books in 1. Burn Me Slowly. Alessia Bianchi was raised to obey. Beautiful, silent, broken. But when she's handed over to Mikhail Novikov, the most brutal man in the underworld, something inside her shatters. He expects submission. Instead, he finds fire wrapped in silk. Between them begins a dangerous game of power, pain, and desire, one that will either destroy them or change them forever. Break me softly, he promised her war. And he kept his word. Mikhail has shattered everything Alessia once was, yet he can't let her go. She runs, fights against the shadows of his love, only to realize he still lives within her because some chains are forged from darkness itself. Bury me fully. They thought they had found peace, but with a man like Mikhail Novikov, danger never ends. In Spain, they live under false names, between kisses and nightmares, yet when the past catches up to them, Mikhail will burn the world to protect her, even if it means destroying himself.